keep your video off. And the meeting is being recorded. Hopefully you got that little message there. Turn your sound off and put yourself on mute as well. Keep yourself muted. Any questions you have during the presentation, please feel free to type them in the chat, and they're going to be recorded, and we are going to be asking or bringing up the questions live during the presentation, at least for Dr. Carpenter's presentation. The schedule is going to be, we're going to have 2 speakers this morning. Dr. Carpenter starts in a few minutes, and then following him, we have Mark Zemmel's presentation, and then we're going to have a lunch break at 12:15. During the lunch break, we're going to be showing a video, so feel free to go get your lunch and sit down and watch the video. It's about the work of the Northwest Toxic Communities Coalition. So hope you enjoy the presentation, and I think we're ready. Did I miss anything? You can keep your questions.
After lunch, we have Charlie Tebbett.
Thank you. Yes, we have an after lunch presentation, so please stay tuned. I think that covers it. So I think we're ready for an introduction by Doris.
Hi, I'm Doris Weller, and I'm also on the board of Northwest Toxic Community Coalition. Dr. David Carpenter is a public physician who is the director of the Institute for Health and the Environment, a collaborating center for the World Health Organization, as well as being a professor at the University of Albany, New York, and an expert on health risks of polychlorinated bisphenols, PCBs. He has written 450 peer-reviewed papers and edited 6 books on environmental health risks. He is a 2023 recipient of the Good Trouble Award for his long career as an environmental advocate. The Good Trouble Award, named in honor of John Lewis, is for those who have gone beyond their assigned roles to advocate for the equity, justice in health and society, and basic human rights. In the words of John Lewis, when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to say something. Our region has benefited from Dr. Carpenter's work. Besides his educating us to the health dangers of PCBs, he has spoken at several Northwest Toxic Community Coalition summits and webinars. He has given expert testimony in lawsuits brought by Portland and Seattle against Monsanto's, who is the producer of PCBs, contamination of Superfund sites. Dr. Carpenter is an international expert who is not afraid to stand up to the corporate polluters, who has recently been the victim of Monsanto's attempts at intimidation to discredit his research and expert testimony. Besides sharing his incredible work as to the harmful effects of PCB contamination, we are hoping to hear how David's...
Excuse me, the paper you have is in front of your face. We can't see.
Sorry. So besides sharing his incredible work on the harmful effects of PCB contamination, we are hoping to hear how David slew the Goliath Monsanto. Thank you, David.
So thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be here. It's like old friends, except I'm not there physically. But I have been involved in a lot of legal action against Monsanto in Washington and Oregon. The other thing, and I'm not going to talk so much about that till the end of my talk, what I'm going to present is primarily our research on health effects of PCBs. But the other important point to make in connecting me to your region is that my current grants are all for Alaska, where I've been working for a number of years in the UPEC Committee on Community on St. Lawrence Island, where, again, small indigenous people that are highly contaminated with not only PCBs, but a whole variety of other chemicals, and of course have had no benefit from all of the industrial profits that have come from these compounds. So, now why can't I advance my slides?
Oops.
I'm not advancing my slides. There we
Try.
are.
Okay.
There we go. So I suspect most of the people on this call know what PCBs are, but let me start by describing what they are. They're man-made oils that were used for many years to fill electrical capacitors and transformers. They had very many uses. They were used as hydraulic fluids, as solvents, in paints and window caulking, and that's a source of a lot of the contamination we have right now in schools and other older buildings. And so these purposes were useful. But what happened was with the Toxic Substance Control Act in 1977, the manufacture of PCBs was outlawed because of the fact that they were found to be present in eels and fish and people, and the whole earth was contaminated with. Because of their chemical structure, they have chlorines around a biphenyl ring. This makes them very persistent, both in the environment and in the human body. In the environment, they can exist for decades or centuries. And in the human body, I'll talk a little more about them, but I often say if you had a contaminated fish for dinner last night, you'll have half of those PCBs that you ate in your body 10 years from now. That's what persistence is. They stay in the body and they stay there for a long time. So in the US, 99+% of the PCBs were manufactured by Monsanto. There were two plants, one in Anniston, Alabama, the other in Sauget, Illinois. PCBs are a mixture of 209 different structurally related chemicals. They all have chlorines around the biphenyl ring, but the chlorines can be placed at different places around the ring, and there can be different numbers of chlorines. And that's makes for them not all having exactly the same properties. Now, this is a figure of the structure. Biphenyl is at the top. It's basically two benzene rings coupled together. And so then you can have chlorines at 10 different sites around this biphenyl ring. In biphenyl, there are hydrogens at each of those sites. In PCBs, there are chlorines that replace some or all of the hydrogens. Now, Monsanto manufactured almost all the PCBs in North America, and they sold them under the trade name Aerochlor. And they sold a number of different Aerochlor products. And what distinguished them was they had different average numbers of chlorines around the biphenyl ring. So Aerochlor 1242, for example, was 42% chlorine by weight. Aerochlor 1260 was 60% Aerochlor by weight. But even these commercial mixtures had multiple individual PCB congeners. And we talk about the individual chemical based on how many chlorines and where they are. Each one of those 209 is a congener. Now, this is a blown up picture of the PCB molecule. And this is important because we number the positions around the molecule as shown in this slide. And we talk about ortho-substituted PCBs. Those are PCBs that have chlorines in the positions next to the biphenyl bond. Then there are meta-substituted congeners, which have chlorines at the site that are shown there, and then para at the far site. Now, this is important because the characteristics of the PCBs are different depending on whether there's ortho substitution or not. And And actually the ortho substitution is a particularly important part of this. Okay, so what's the general difference between these different levels of chlorination around the PCB molecule? Well, those with only a few chlorines are much more volatile, much more water soluble, and they evaporate much more readily. If you compare the monochloro with the decachloro, you see the decachloro are almost totally, have no vapor pressure, very little vapor pressure, very little water solubility, and they're much more lipophilic. In other words, they have an octanol water coefficient that's much higher than the monochloro congeners do. And this is important as I go along. I'll talk a little more about this, but let me give you sort of a context for it right away. It's usually been assumed in the past that the danger of PCBs is related to their persistence. And therefore, you can get an idea of how much someone's at risk of disease by taking a blood sample and measuring the PCBs in their blood. Now, I didn't yet say that those PCBs with a lot of chlorines, the deca, the octa, the hexa, they are very hard to metabolize in the human body. Whereas those PCBs with only a few chlorines are relatively easily metabolized. So when you take a blood sample, what you are finding are mostly the higher chlorinated congeners that have been sitting around in the body fat for a long time. Now, just because they're sitting in the body fat does not necessarily mean that they're the most dangerous PCBs. And one of the punchlines that I'll show as we go along is that some of these lower chlorinated PCBs that are quickly metabolized in the human body, but are found in the air because they have relatively higher vapor pressure, they can be very toxic. And now we're finding some diseases that are related to exposure to these lower chlorinated PCBs that don't get reflected in the blood measurement as well as the more highly chlorinated PCBs. And that's the punchline you'll hear multiple times as I go through my talk. So that's a good introduction to this slide. How are we exposed to PCBs? Well, there are three routes of exposure. You can eat them or drink them, you can breathe them, or you can absorb them through the skin. Now, for most people, ingestion is probably the most important route of exposure. And except for those people that have unusual sources of exposure, I've already said if you eat a contaminated fish for dinner last night, you're going to be getting PCBs that'll stay in your body for a long time. Now, if you drink water that has a lot of these lower chlorinated PCBs dissolved in the water, that's also a route of exposure. If you're breathing the air around a site that has these lower chlorinated congeners, you are inhaling them, and they'd rather be in your body than they would be in the air. I've been very involved in the legal action at the Sky Valley School, where the issue there is the school was contaminated with PCB containing caulk and fluorescence light ballasts. And therefore they volatilize off the caulk and from the ballasts when the ballasts overheat. And so students and teachers and staff are breathing in the PCBs and getting sick as a result of that. Now, you also can absorb them through your skin. This is probably not a very important route of exposure unless you're going barefoot in contaminated sediments a lot. There's not really any evidence that swimming in water is a major route of exposure, but inhalation and ingestion are certainly important ones. So we all have PCBs in our body, and that's true probably for every person in the whole wide world, even people in very remote areas, because these PCBs have spread everywhere. They are in our oceans and rivers. The rivers run into the oceans and carry PCBs there. often by contaminated sediment, but again, by some that are dissolved in the water. Our whole food supply is contaminated with PCBs. And it's not just fish. If you had a Big Mac last night, you got a dose of PCBs. All animal fats have PCBs. And unless you're a strict vegetarian, where you're probably more likely to be exposed to pesticides than PCBs, because PCBs are really bioaccumulate in the food supply from carnivorous animals. So plants and nuts and so forth tend not to have high levels of PCBs. But if you eat animal fats, if you put butter on your toast, if you eat eggs for breakfast, if you have beef or pork or chicken or literally anything that has animal fat, you're going to get exposed to PCBs. So what level of PCBs is safe? Well, the answer is there is no level of PCBs that's safe. I've often in these legal cases said, even a single molecule will disrupt your body's burden. Lawyers don't like me to say that. Certainly not a single molecule is going to cause disease, but a single molecule of PCBs has no beneficial effect. And I'll tell you in a little bit the mechanisms of action that PCBs have in the human body. And so even a single molecule can have a minimal effect that is not positive. How long do they stay in our bodies? I've touched on this a little bit already. The half-life of PCBs in the human body varies dramatically with their structure. Those with only a few chlorines are metabolized very quickly, often in a matter of days or weeks. Those with a lot of chlorines are only metabolized over decades. One PCB has been reported to have a half-life of 30 years. So if you're exposed to that when you're a child, you're going to have some of that remaining in your body for the whole of your life. I usually use a half-life of about 10 years as a general number, but that is not specific to individual conjurers. And I've already said that how long they stay in your body is not necessarily related to how dangerous they are, particularly if you're exposed every day to more PCBs. So you may be exposed today to congeners that are relatively rapidly metabolized, but if you're exposed the next day and the next day and the next day and the next day to the same PCBs, they can cause their harm, even though they may not be reflected into your blood supply. So I'm going to talk about a whole variety of different studies, and it's sort of an overview of the work that my colleagues and I have done over the years to sort of weave a bigger story rather than going into individual results in great detail. And I
David?
welcome, yes.
Excuse me, there's a question in the chat, and I'm just wondering if this is an okay time to
That's
address.
a good time, perfect time.
Okay.
And I should say, I've asked that when questions come in the chat that I be interrupted and we deal with them right now.
Okay, so the question is the question is from Doris Weller, and she's asking, is it possible that a local agency such as our Department of Environmental Quality or even EPA have the particular formula of the type of PCBs at our sites?
Well, it's a good question. And I hadn't planned to go into this in great detail, but it's a perfect time to talk about it. The issue is, of course, that the original contamination at every site is usually by one of these commercial mixtures that Monsanto made. For example, I do a lot along the St. Lawrence River, where PCBs were used as hydraulic fluids, and it was the Aerochlor mixture 1248. The problem is that even in the environment, not just in people, the congener profile, the mix of higher and lower chlorinated congeners, does not stay constant over time. So you're not going to find pure 48 in the St. Lawrence River region. And as a matter of fact, we just had a poster presented in Ireland last week, where we are showing that there are bacteria in the soils and sediments and water that promote removal of chlorines from the PCBs. They don't break down the PCB molecule, but they change the profile from more highly chlorinated to more lowly chlorinated. And in addition, as I already said, the low chlorinated congeners are more volatile. So they tend to both be made by the dechlorination, but then escape into the air and spread around the earth. So I think that EPA and your state environmental agencies know pretty well what commercial uses there were. But there are many different commercial uses, and they didn't all use the same air-chlor mixture. And in the environment, they change over time. So it really behooves agencies to take environmental samples, monitor the profile of congeners in each sample if they're going to be able to understand what the health concerns are.
And thank you very
Okay.
much. And I'd just like to remind anyone who came in late, any of the participants, that we're asking our questions in the chat. Thank you.
Okay. So in general, my group is involved in two kinds of studies. I used to be on the Science Advisory Board for the International Joint Commission, the body of water between Canada and the US that deals with the boundary waters. And in our case, it was primarily the Great Lakes. And Health Canada had done a study looking at diseases that people had around contaminated sites. And I got asked to see if we could do similar things in the States. Well, New York has a very nice system of monitoring disease. The acronym is SPARKS, but the essence is if you go into an emergency room or if you're admitted to a state-run hospital, that's everything but VA and Indian Health Service. When you're discharged, that hospital has to report to the state health department every disease you have, up to 15 different diseases, as well as the disease you had that was the basis for your admission. And we have that data, not with names and addresses, but with the indication of age, sex, race, how you paid for things, and the zip code in which you live. So we've matched that data to our environmental health departments, environmental conservation departments listing of hazardous waste sites in New York State. And we use that to match the diseases people get in relation to where they live, whether by a hazardous waste site or not. Those are, you don't have any personal exposure information in those studies. So they're limited in how strong a conclusion you can draw, but they're very important for hypothesis generating studies. What I plan to show you for two particular diseases, diabetes and high blood pressure, that we use those studies to demonstrate elevations in these diseases that are not usually considered to be environmental diseases. And then we went on to the second type of study where we use a population, we get direct measures of exposure, we get medical records and clinical chemistry to test the hypothesis that exposure to PCBs cause those diseases. So this summarizes it. Our New York State Department of Health SPARKS data gives us these disease records. We get about 2.5 million entries per year. We've had data from 1993 up to really the present. We get the, obviously, socioeconomic status is a very important confounder. We get family income from the census data, and also things like smoking and exercise and diet. These are important considerations. We don't have individual level data, but we have county level data from the Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System from the CDC. This is just a map of New York State. We have some 900 identified state and federal hazardous waste sites. And what you see in red is the geographic boundaries of the zip codes that have a hazardous waste site that contains persistent organic pollutants. Almost all of them are PCBs. Some of them are persistent pesticides like DDT. You will notice this big long red line in the lower right. That's the Hudson River. My office looks out over the Hudson River. It's what I've described as a beautiful hazardous waste site. At the top of the Hudson River, there are two General Electric plants that used Monsanto's PCBs to fill transformers and capacitors. When the PCBs leaked while they were filling them, they just washed them down the drain into the Hudson River. So all 200 miles of the Hudson, from Hudson Falls, New York, down to Manhattan, is highly contaminated with PCBs. Unfortunately, this is so common with rivers all across the country, including those that you have in Washington and Oregon. The blue indicates zip codes that have a hazardous waste site, but they don't contain persistent organics. So they can have metals, they can have volatile organics, other contaminants. And then where there's no color, those are zip codes that don't have any identified hazardous waste site. We call them clean, but we really don't mean that they're clean. We mean they just don't have a hazardous waste site. And you can see that majority of zip codes, 1,200, didn't have a hazardous waste site, but there's significant numbers that did. Okay, so I mentioned that we were looking at hypertension. High blood pressure is very, very common, and everybody thinks it's sort of a natural result of getting older. But when we looked to see the odds ratio for rates of hospitalization based on the population within each zip code, what percentage of that population was hospitalized. Now your high blood pressure isn't usually a reason for going to the hospital, but you go to the hospital because you broke your leg and they find you have high blood pressure. So what we found is that there was a significant elevation in risk of high blood pressure in people that lived in a zip code that had a PCB contaminated site. There also was some elevation in people that lived in a zip code that had a hazardous waste site, but it didn't have PCBs. And then the Hudson River is that long stretch I showed you. And it's interesting because the Hudson, it's a beautiful hazardous waste site. So people living along the Hudson tend to be higher income, more educated, they have healthier lifestyles, but still they have elevations in high blood pressure relative to people that live in in zip codes that don't have a hazardous waste site. This is what we have.
Dr.
Yes.
Carpenter, I have a question.
Yes.
The question is, what are the black spots on the map?
The black spots.
I'm not sure if that was a reference to, oh yeah, they're either.
Oh yes, they're black spots.
Yes.
They're as a matter of fact, I don't remember. Good question. I'll have to get back to you with the answer to that.
Okay.
Around Brooklyn and Long Island.
It's loaded, yes. I don't know. Whoever asked that question, give me an email and I'll get the answer. Good question. Okay, so for diabetes, once again, the same.
We lost sound, I believe.
I
Yes, I
should
can
be
hear.
back now.
Yes.
Yes.
So striking elevation if you live by these hazardous waste sites. And as I said, the people along the Hudson have a higher income. They smoke less, they exercise more, and all of those things should result in their having less diabetes. But they have a higher rate of diabetes even than the general state level. And again, diabetes usually thought of as a disease of you're too fat, you eat too much, you don't exercise enough. Until recently, it's rarely been considered to be associated with environmental exposures. I will show you that it is. Okay, now I can't. There we go. So the question is, when we had these results, as I said, these are hypothesis generating studies. How would people be exposed to PCBs just by living near a hazardous waste site? Well, if it's a body of water, you can perhaps go fishing and eat contaminated fish, but most people don't do that. Most people don't swim or wade in contaminated bodies of water. So our hypothesis at the time was the route of exposure was inhalation of the vapor phase PCBs. So what are the concentrations of PCBs in the air near these sites? Well, in the upper Hudson, the concentrations in the air were less than 1 nanogram per cubic meter up to about 4. The average air PCB concentration in the background part of the US is less than 0.1 nanogram per cubic meter. So you see that the levels in the upper Hudson, they're not super high, and yet we have some evidence that they're dangerous. For relevance, the values in the Sky Valley School, although they weren't measured at the time, but they're much, much higher than this. Let me tell you very briefly about a study we did in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. Pittsfield's highly contaminated with PCBs because of General Electric. There are landfills all over the place. Some of the residential areas are highly contaminated. So we did a study going into some homes in the most contaminated area. We took air samples in the basement, air samples in the living room, and then measured the outdoor air just outside the house. And at the same day we took the air samples, we took samples of human blood. So the basement air, remember the background level is 0.01 or less. So the basement air had 20 nanograms per cubic meter. The living room air was about half that. And even the outdoor air was 3, which is about the highest we ever see along the Hudson. And I haven't given you a frame of reference for levels of PCBs in humans, but at the present time, well, go back to 2000 in the ATSDR report on polychlorinated biphenyls. At that point in time, which is about the time that these people were studied, the levels in people were between 0.9 to 1.5 nanograms per gram. So the people have elevated levels, there are elevated levels in the air. Now, this is an important experiment we did. But the top is you're looking at the congener profile in pure Aerochlor 1260. This is a relatively high chlorinated mixture, 60% chlorine by weight. Now, for reference, at the far left, you have the PCBs with 1 chlorine. At the far right, you have the PCBs with 10 chlorines. So what you see, there's a little bit along everywhere, but most of the PCBs in the Aerochlor mixture have relatively high numbers of chlorines, but there's still many, many different congeners. Now, if you take that pure mixture and just blow air over it, that's what you get in the lower panel. You get the appearance of a whole variety of lower chlorinated PCBs you can't detect at all in the upper panel. And those PCBs with the highest chlorines don't get reflected in the air, but some of those with the lower number of chlorines are much more prominent than they were in the upper mixture. Well, this is what we found in the basement air in Pittsfield. A whole series of low chlorinated congeners. There's some of moderate chlorines, but again, we go from the left to 1 chlorine on the molecule to the far right to 10 chlorines on the molecule. So there's minimal volatilization even of those with high chlorines, but the lower chlorinated ones are very volatile. Now, this is what we saw in the people. Most of the people didn't have very high levels of a lot of these chlorines. Some of them were there. These are the less persistent chlorines. These are some of the more persistent chlorines. But although these people were breathing the air in their living room, in their basement, every moment of the day they were there, what we could detect in their blood, and there's always a limit of sensitivity for detection. What we would detect in their blood did not reflect what they were exposed to on a regular basis. So to summarize, the higher chlorinated PCBs are usually from contaminated food, but the lower chlorinated concentrates in the air are relatively rapidly degraded. Now, there's some specific low chlorinated concentrates that are not as rapidly degraded as others, and I'll talk about those a little later as we go on. But since you have to breathe all the time you're in an enclosed area, inhalation can be a very important route of exposure. And now let me move on and show you some of our evidence now in the more rigorous studies where we have good exposure assessment and where we have measurements of medical records, we have clinical chemistries. So I'll first talk about hypertension. Anniston, Alabama is the site of one of the Monsanto plants that made PCBs. It was operational from 1929 until the late 1970s. Senator Shelby of Alabama forced the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry to support a large study involving a number of universities. My group got assigned the responsibility of looking at cardiovascular disease. So we looked at the data related to blood pressure. We took 3 measurements of blood pressure in 772 residents of Anniston between the ages of 18 and 93. We got their serum PCB levels and pesticide analysis, and this was all done by CDC, not by my lab, which other studies were done by. So this is a slide from Mark Hermanson. A huge amount of PCBs manufactured there. More than 4 million tons of PCBs, metric tons of PCBs, were dumped in landfills. More than 20 metric tons were emitted to the atmosphere. And it's just a highly contaminated place. Well, this plot shows blood pressure, systolic in red, diastolic in black, in these 772 people in relation to the logarithm of their total PCBs. And what you see is, while as you would expect, there's a lot of scatter in terms of absolute blood pressure levels, there's a statistically significant elevation in blood pressure, both systolic and diastolic, in relation to their PCB exposure. There's faint dashed lines which show the boundaries between what's considered normal and not normal. This is a complicated slide, but look only at that middle panel. Odds ratio, so we're comparing the chances of having various kinds of elevations in blood pressure. Clinical hypertension is either elevations of systolic pressure above 140 milligrams of mercury or diastolic pressure above 90, and then diastolic and systolic separately, and systolic and diastolic. What you see, comparing the lowest level of PCB, the people with the lowest level of PCBs, look at the very bottom, the systolic plus diastolic. If you're in the top tertile for PCB levels, you have more than a 5-fold risk of having high blood pressure. And even if you're in the middle tertile, it's almost as high. So this suggests that this is a low dose effect, that even relatively low exposures to PCBs, now people in Anniston didn't have particularly low levels, but even low levels increase the risk of hypertension. And that's shown here. What we found in this study, the serum PCB level was a greater risk factor for high blood pressure than being fat, BMI, than having high serum lipids, being male versus female, being African American, whether or not you smoked, whether or not you exercised. So this is pretty definitive proof that exposure to PCBs increases your risk of high blood pressure. Excuse me. That's what our ecological studies were showing. And this is evidence that that is correct. So what are the air levels in Anniston? Well, you see that they're somewhat elevated, especially close to the landfills. They were very elevated. And then further away, they were still elevated. So now the people in Anniston, we showed in other ways that a lot of the local animals that they ate, the fish that they fished, were highly contaminated. So their exposure was not just from air, but they had an air exposure as well. All right, the other population I've studied for many, many years is the Mohawk Nation at Akwesasne. This is at the New York, Ontario, Quebec border along the St. Lawrence River. The reservation is in red, part in Canada, part in the US. There are 3 aluminum foundries there, operated by General Motors, Alcoa, and Reynolds Metals. They all used Aerochlor 1248 as a hydraulic fluid in these aluminum foundries. Hydraulic fluids, when they leak, yes, just as was the case along the Hudson River, they will wash down the drain into the St. Lawrence River and at least 3 of its tributaries, resulting in high contamination of the fish. So we've studied a whole variety of diseases among the Mohawks, but I want to talk about diabetes specifically. I've already said that most people, most physicians think that diabetes is due to poor diet, to obesity, lack of exercise, and it's your own fault that you get diabetes. Well, I'm not arguing that lifestyle is important, but it may not be the only or even the most important risk factor. And because our ecologic studies suggested that living near a PCB site, again, where we postulated that the route of exposure was inhalation, that would increase the risk of diabetes. So we measured serum PCBs in relation to fasting glucose and medical records. We studied 601 adult Mohawks, had blood samples for measurement of fasting glucose, serum lipids, various hormones. We took measurements of blood for monitoring PCBs and 3 chlorinated pesticides. At this time, I operated a PCB lab where we measured 101 of the 209 congeners, the most important ones, but not all of them. And then we had self-reported history of physician-diagnosed diabetes and review of medical records. So a much more rigorous analysis than we could have done on those ecologic studies. Well, this is interesting. This is the serum concentrations of PCBs by age and by BMI. What's obvious is that age is the more important risk factor for high serum PCBs. If you think about it, that makes sense. I've already said that we're all exposed to PCBs from ingestion, and that the half-life of PCBs is long. So it's not so surprising that older people have higher levels of PCBs than younger people. They've had longer to eat them. In addition, older people were alive at the time PCBs were being manufactured, whereas younger people don't have that long history, and the levels of PCBs in the environment have gone down. So the relation to obesity was not very striking in this slide. this is the prevalence of diabetes as a function of age and obesity. Now, again, diabetes is a disease of middle or older age, and that's clear here. We were a little surprised to find that being overweight and obese 1 showed a much higher incidence of diabetes than being obese 2 or obese 3. It suggests that it isn't just obesity that's the risk factor for developing diabetes. Here's the results for diabetes in relation to age and PCB concentration. What you see is just the dramatic elevation in risk of diabetes if you're in the 4th quartile of serum PCBs. Now, this is total PCBs, not the total of the 101 congeners we were monitoring, not focused on individual congeners. The 3rd quartile showed quite clear evidence elevation as well, but the PCB concentration seemed much more important than obesity per se. So then we went on to ask the question. As I said, our early studies looked only at total PCBs. But then we looked to see whether we could distinguish relative risk depending on how many chlorines were around the PCB molecule, remembering that those with fewer chlorines are more volatile. Those with higher chlorines are found primarily in the food. Well, PCBs with only 1 or 2 chlorines don't last in the body very long at all. PCBs with 3 or 4 chlorines are relatively volatile, and there are some that, by virtue of where the chlorines are, they're more persistent than others. And the highest association we found was for those with 3 or 4 chlorines. There was no significant effect of those with 5, 6, or 7, or 8, 9, 10 chlorines. Of the pesticides that we monitored, there was no effect of DDE or Mirex. There was a significant effect of hexachlorobenzoate, but the levels in the population at Akwesasne are really not higher than that of the general background population. Then we asked the question, what about if they're orthosubstituted? And I pointed out orthosubstitution means they have chlorines near to the biphenyl bond. And we asked whether they had dioxin-like activity. There are a small number of these PCBs that act like dioxin. They're primarily those that do not have chlorines in the ortho positions because chlorines there prevent the molecule from assuming a planar configuration. What we found is by far the strongest association was with non-dioxin-like PCBs, where the risk ratio was such that there was a 5-fold greater increase in risk of diabetes. Highly significant. So what do these results suggest? Well, they suggest that serum PCBs are a greater risk factor for diabetes than obesity, at least in this population. And that it's the lower chlorinated congeners that are more important than the higher chlorinated ones. And that these lower chlorinated congeners are primarily coming from inhalation exposure. Well, let me move on to a different situation. PCBs are known human carcinogens. They've been rated so by the International Agency for Research on Cancer panel that I served on. I wasn't allowed to be a voting member on that panel because I'd been involved in this legal case within 3 years of the time the panel met. JM and GM were husband and wife who worked at a plant that was dealing with recycled waste oils from transformers and capacitors that might or might not contain PCBs. So I said that, but I guess I didn't say that when PCB manufacture was outlawed, you couldn't make more PCBs, but we had all these transformers and capacitors around the country filled with PCBs. And they were in closed circumstances. They were locked up in a metal case. So the assumption was that the PCBs couldn't escape. And therefore their use was not outlawed. And there's still many of these old capacitors and transformers in use. Now, when they're taken out of use, the question is, do they have PCBs or do they not? So there's regulation, and this company where this husband and wife worked was responsible for taking these retired transformers and capacitors, draining the oil, determining whether or not the oil had significant amounts of PCBs. If they did have PCBs, they had to be destroyed in a very regulated fashion. If they didn't, why then you could just burn them. Both the husband, who was the chemist, and the wife, who was responsible for disposing of the oils, were told to smell the oils before testing them. Now, the chemist ran sensitive equipment, and if you put a sample of oil in some of these analytical equipment, pieces of equipment, if they had high levels of PCBs, they'd contaminate the equipment and you'd have to wash it for a long time, which would reduce the productivity. So the plant managers told him to smell the oils. Now, PCBs have a distinctive, albeit rather subtle smell. Anybody that works with them regularly can identify it, while most other people probably would not. But so he was told, smell the oil. If it smells like PCBs, then dilute it before you put it in the machine. She was told to smell the oils. If it contains PCBs, put it in one bucket. If it didn't, put it in a different bucket, because they would have to be disposed of differently. Well, I got a call from the man one day. He said, I have thyroid cancer and I've been exposed to PCBs. Could my thyroid cancer be due to PCBs? And I told him, well, yes, there's certainly some evidence that that's the case. Later, he developed malignant melanoma. Malignant melanoma is the cancer that is most strongly associated with PCB exposure in the IRAC document. Later, he developed lung cancer. He was a non-smoker. He was in his mid-30s. Ultimately, he died of brain metastasis from one or more of these cancers. His wife, again, born in 1968, she was also diagnosed with thyroid cancer. She was diagnosed with a pre-malignant melanoma lesion. And I was involved in the suit they brought against their employer. What was so clear, this is the blood samples from these people, JM and GM, as compared to the NHANES is this national random sample of Americans. So the PCB congeners are shown on the left. Now, the lower numbers are PCBs that have fewer chlorines. The higher numbers have more chlorines. So PCB 28, for example, has 3 chlorines. It's relatively volatile, but also because of the position of those chlorines, it's relatively persistent. So you can usually detect it in most people's blood sample. Look at the levels of PCB 28 in both the husband and the wife, as compared to the average level, the 50% level in NHANES, and even the 95% level in NHANES. By smelling these PCB oils, both the husband and wife had extraordinary exposures. The same is true for PCB 52. PCB 52 has 4 chlorines. And again, their levels are much higher than in NHANES. In contrast, look at PCB 153. 153 has 6 chlorines. And what you see is their levels are actually less than, certainly less than the 95th percentile, and about equal to the 50th percentile in the general population. So my conclusion in this case was in the legal proceedings that these two individuals, they were not blood relatives, they were husband and wife. They developed the same cancers, and that can't be by chance. They were both in their 30s at the time. And this is PCB inhalation resulting in cancer as a result of breathing in volatile PCBs. And again, these are not the congeners that are very persistent. I suspect if blood samples were taken much later, they wouldn't have shown that significant elevation in levels of the lower chlorinated congeners. So inhalation of PCBs can cause cancer, can cause diabetes, can cause hypertension. Well, I haven't shown you the hypertension data yet. Let me do that. So this is the point, that even very low concentrations of PCBs in the air can cause diseases. Now, EPA, who has a lot of good people working for it, but it's a bureaucratic organization and lags the science by, sometimes I feel, by generations. EPA lists concentrations of airborne PCBs in schools as it's safe if it's less than 300 nanograms per cubic meter. That is absolute nonsense. Totally false, totally unprotective of human health. Individuals at EPA recognize it, but the bureaucratic organization can't bring itself to make that statement. And of course, EPA is a political organization. It's constantly badgered by industry. So it is not just, its pronouncements are not based only on health effects. They're balancing economic considerations, political considerations, pressure from industry. But their air levels are just ludicrously obsolete. Okay, so the other big conclusion from these studies is that the lower chlorinated PCBs increase the risk of hypertension, diabetes. I'll show you menstrual irregularities shortly, and cancer. Now, interestingly, in a more recent study, we've shown pretty clearly that PCBs increase the risk of obesity, and they increase the risk of high levels of cholesterol and triglycerides, total serum lipids. But it seems to be the more highly chlorinated PCBs that are responsible for that. And then other diseases, things like thyroid disease and decrements in cognitive function, we seem to have evidence that both the lower chlorinated and the higher chlorinated ones are important there. Cellular and animal studies show that there's a particular form of neurotoxicity, especially from orthosubstituted lower chlorinated congeners, and I'm not going to show much about that. All right, so this is a slide from, and I'm blocking on his name, a colleague that I've worked with in the Sky Valley cases. So, 1 nanogram per cubic meter, that sounds like not very much, but how many PCB molecules are there in that? Well, there are trillions of PCB molecules at 1 nanogram per cubic meter. This is close to the background concentration in air all around. So all of us are breathing in that all the time. Go up to 10 nanograms per cubic meter, they're tens of trillions. And, 300, the EPA value, just huge numbers of molecules. So while the numbers in terms of concentration may be low, in terms of molecules, they're high. So I've got some time, I guess. Let me talk a little bit about the mechanisms that PCBs cause disease. Are there any questions in the chat that I should deal with now before I sort of move on?
There is a question, but she suggests, or he suggests, that we wait till the end, and then the
Okay,
question.
good.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's
All right,
about
so
blood. Yeah.
All right. So what are the mechanisms? Well, I haven't said, I guess, totally, but the reality is PCBs increase the risk of so many diseases that this has made some people think, well, can't possibly be PCBs that cause so many diseases. What mechanisms could there be that can increase the risk of so many different diseases. I've talked about hypertension, diabetes, cancer. Uh, uh, we have evidence for elevations in infections. We have a lot of evidence for reproductive abnormalities in both males and females. We have evidence for reduced IQ, for abnormal behavior, for inability to deal with frustration. So many different things. So how can one class of chemicals cause so many different diseases? Well, this is sort of a plot of what, it's a summary of what I'm going to talk about in a little more detail. What we have demonstrated in animal and cellular studies that PCBs cause oxidative stress. That's generation of reactive oxygen species. They cause decrements in mitochondria. A lot of the reactive oxygen species are formed in mitochondria. And very importantly, they cause gene induction. So what's gene induction? Well, PCBs bind to nuclear receptors inside of cells, like hormone receptors, estrogen receptors, androgen receptors, thyroid receptors, the aryl hydrocarbon receptor. All of these are receptors inside of cells that when they're bound to an agonist, they migrate to the nucleus, bind to DNA, and cause gene induction. What does that mean? It means that most genes, they are responsible for synthesis of one protein. So some genes are upregulated, so they're going to make more of that one protein. Others are downregulated, so they make less of that one protein. And I'll show you a little more detail a little later on. Some of these PCBs act directly to kill cells, and we've demonstrated that in neurons, in immune cells, in endothelial cells, the cells that line the blood vessels. We've demonstrated that they have effects creating inflammation, they suppress the immune system, they alter endocrine function, and the result is you have all these mechanisms that can lead to cancer, reproductive abnormalities, neurological effects. This is just looking at the prevalence of metabolic disease in the US population and the populations I've talked about in Anniston and the Mohawks. Remember, both Anniston and the Mohawks have high exposures to PCBs. Of course, there are other risk factors for all of these, but obesity, cardiovascular disease, high blood pressure, diabetes, much higher in these PCB exposed populations. Now, not everything is due to PCB exposure. I'm certainly not saying that, but I am saying that PCBs are an added risk factor. Well, what about latency? How quickly after you're exposed do you develop disease? Well, there are acute diseases and there are chronic diseases. Most of the diseases caused by PCBs are chronic diseases. They appear years after exposure. For example, cancer. Various cancers, for example, leukemia is probably the shortest latency, maybe 5-10 years. But a lot of cancers have latencies of 20 or 30 or 40 years. So you can be exposed when you're young, but you won't develop your cancer till you're older. The greater your exposure, the greater the risk, but it takes a long time. So PCBs don't usually make you sick acutely. As a matter of fact, I don't know of any acute illness from PCB exposure. There were these two accidents in Japan and Taiwan years ago where PCB contaminated cooking oil. People were eating this for a long period of time, but the first indication of a problem was when babies were born that had abnormal pigmentation, had teeth at birth, things like that. And there had been no indication of diseases in the adults over a period of years when they were being exposed. So PCBs don't cause acute disease, but they cause latent disease. So what were the air concentrations at Akwesasne? Well, remember that again, the background concentration is less than 0.01 nanograms per cubic meter. So we found that the air concentrations in the winter were very low. We would expect that because PCB's volatilization is going to be temperature dependent. But it got up to almost 20 nanograms per cubic meter in May, when the spring floods had deposited contaminant sediment on the banks. Further away, it was elevated, but not super elevated. We have a present study, which, as I said, was just presented in Ireland last week, but showing that what has happened over time is that there's been more dechlorination of these high chlorinated sediments. So we're getting more and more of the lower chlorinated congeners, and they're going into the air. Mark measures them in tree bark. We can measure them directly in air. Even we take measurements in sediment, we're finding concentrations of PCB4, a low chlorinated PCB that's not present in the commercial mixture, but is a product of dechlorination. So it may be that the exposure to the more highly chlorinated congeners is going down with time, but the lower chlorinated congeners is going up. And that poses significant threat for some of these diseases. So this is just a summary from our ecologic studies in combination with what I've already shown you, that PCB concentrations in air of the order of 2 to 5 nanograms per cubic meter clearly cause diseases. I think, in fact, the level is much lower than that, but the evidence is very clear for 2 to 5 nanograms per cubic meter. All right, what about reproduction? Well, we've done studies both on males and females, and male reproduction is dependent on healthy sperm, and having healthy sperm is dependent on male sex hormones, especially the male hormone testosterone. And anything that interferes with testosterone concentrations is going to adversely impact male reproduction. So we've looked at testosterone levels in relation to PCB levels in 2 studies, one in adult males and one in adolescent males. And both show that the higher the PCB level, the lower the serum testosterone. I'm not commenting on studies that were done in other people's labs. Almost nothing we've done has not been replicated somewhere else. Several groups have shown the higher the PCB level, the lower the serum testosterone. Of course, there's a range of testosterone level in the general population, but most people have not considered the PCB level to be a major factor. And if you have very low testosterone, you're going to be very much less fertile than if you have a normal level of testosterone. This is just, you probably can't read this, but levels in the paper by Goncharov et al. From my group on the adult Native American men, showing that the pesticides were not related to testosterone levels, but the PCBs were. This is the same kind of thing from the study of the adolescent males. Again, there was a clear reduction in the level of testosterone in these adolescents in relation to their serum PCBs. And of course, the situation is more significant with adolescents because this may reflect a lifelong reduced fertility. The adult males included older men that probably were past their reproductive years. But not an insignificant fact. Is this a disease? No, you can't really say it's a disease. Even infertility is often questionably considered a disease. But it's a perturbation of a normal endocrine effect that can have significant impacts on quality of life. My colleagues have looked at effects of PCBs on menstrual cycles. And this was looking at young women of reproductive age. It was actually following the young women from the adolescent period into the reproductive years. What they found is that the higher the PCB level, the greater the menstrual cycle irregularity. And in fact, at the very highest level in this study, there was a failure to ovulate, especially in women of reproductive age that had high levels of PCBs and were obese. Again, this can be a very significant impact on quality of life. So there are many factors that are required for normal female reproduction, but release of the ovum from the ovary so that it's taken up by the fallopian tube where it can meet sperm is a critical factor. We don't really know at what point PCBs are interfering with female reproduction, or for that matter, with male reproduction, although with male reproduction, we know a lot about where testosterone acts. But for both males and females, there are problems. Now, I also haven't said that some PCB congeners actually bind to the estrogen receptor. Others actually have anti-estrogenic activity. So a number of groups have classified PCB congeners in groups of whether they're estrogenic or anti-estrogenic. And this has been used to in these studies. But the problem is that each congener doesn't fit always into clear one group or another. So my preference is to deal with individual congeners rather than trying to group them. I've pretty much said this, that there's a subgroup of primarily low chlorinated, non-persistent, volatile congeners that alter the ratio of pituitary hormones, FSH, LH, in women with known exposure to PCBs. And these effects on female reproduction are pretty clearly due to the lower chlorinated PCBs. When we did the male studies with testosterone level, we weren't thinking in terms of low versus higher chlorinated congeners. So we don't really have evidence there yet. And that's something that I hope at some point we can go back and look at more clearly. All right, let me move on to cognitive function, because this is incredibly important. And in my judgment, maybe it's because I started my research career as a neuroscientist. I think this is the most serious effect of PCB exposure. This is precisely the PCB exposure at the Sky Valley School there in Washington State. PCBs in the air that you breathe in, and it interferes with your ability to learn and remember. So again, we've studied cognitive function in the adolescents and in adults. The adolescent study was headed by my colleague Larry Schell and Mia Gallo. The adult study was headed by Richard Hayes and Gail Morris, all part of our Superfund grant. So what we found in this study, Joan Newman was the lead author, was that with 4 different cognitive function tests in these adolescents, the higher the PCB level, the more poorly they did on each of these 4 cognitive function tests. Now, their performance on none of them was so bad that you would consider the people to be seriously impaired with cognitive function. But the relation was clear that the higher the PCBs, the more poorly they performed. And that's just shown here. When you adjust for age, gender, education, now this is actually, I'm sorry, this is from the adult study. What the adult study found was that you couldn't detect an effect of PCB's exposure at low levels, but when you got blood levels above 2 parts per billion, then you seem to have a threshold level for reduced IQ. And that's shown in this plot. So there isn't a clear pattern at the lower levels. This is log of the total PCBs on the x-axis and performance in these cognitive function tests on the y. But clearly at high levels of PCBs, there was dramatically reduced cognitive function in these tests. One of my students, Nozumi, who I think is on the talk today, has just published this study where we now have gone back on the adult data, tried to determine the relative importance of the high versus the low chlorinated congeners. It's tricky because, as I said, the low chlorinated congeners aren't very persistent. But what Nozumi has found in this study was it appears that the high and the low chlorinated congeners both contribute very significantly. Hexafluorobenzene does a little bit, but the others don't. The high chlorinated congeners, however, the problem is they become a monitor for total PCB exposure. And so it's not really clear from this kind of study that the high chlorinated congeners really contributes maybe slightly more than the low chlorinated because of this difference in metabolism. I think what this does show is that the low chlorinated congeners are important. It doesn't eliminate importance from the high chlorinated congeners. Okay, so what do these lower chlorinated congeners do? Well, they're known to block the enzyme tyrosine hydroxylase, which is responsible for the synthesis of dopamine. That's related to Parkinson's disease, other diseases. And in animal and cellular studies, we've shown that many of these lower chlorinated congeners kill neurons and thymocytes and also endothelial cells by generating reactive oxygen species, elevating intracellular calcium. But what do the higher chlorinated congeners do? Well, I talked a little earlier about gene induction. Let me show you what gene induction is. So PCBs bind to these nuclear receptors and cause gene induction, which then results in elevations in different elevations or reductions in different proteins. Now, there are many different nuclear receptors. The one that's been studied most with PCBs is called the aryl hydrocarbon receptor, or often referred to as the dioxin receptor. But there are many others that PCBs bind to. The CAR receptor, the pregnenolone X receptor. Vitamin D is a nuclear receptor. The estrogen and the androgen receptors are nuclear receptors. And so different PCBs have these different actions. Now, this is just a plot from a paper by Johnson that shows the AH receptor. It's the red stuff at the top. And around this circle are all the different genes that are altered by binding at the AH receptor. Only a few of the PCB congeners bind there. But look at how many genes they can change. And those other four things are other nuclear receptors that interact with the AH receptor. And I posed the question earlier, how can one class of chemicals cause so many different diseases? This is the answer. They change almost every aspect of human physiology. So my time is almost up. Let me just summarize by saying PCBs cause cancer. They cause a whole variety of diseases, diabetes, high blood pressure, reproductive effects, cognitive function effects, even arthritis. I haven't had time to talk about those. They're nasty chemicals. Even though we haven't made them for years, they're in our food, they're in our environment, they're in our air. And the conjugate profile is continuously changing. And they are definitely harmful, and they're not going to go away anytime soon. So thank you for your attention. I do have a slide showing some of my colleagues. This hasn't been updated to include the more recent colleagues, but all of this has been a work of a whole group of people, certainly not just me, and probably I'm not the most important one of it, but I think we've really increased the understanding of what PCBs do. So thank you.
David, we do have a question in the chat. The question is, can you describe the types of blood tests an individual can take and what labs will accept these samples and analyze them? And do you have any ideas of the cost?
Good question and a difficult answer. There are very few labs that can do PCB analysis accurately, especially conjugate-specific analysis. Most of the ones I use are in Canada, Axis in British Columbia, ALS in Ontario, and then there's another one in Quebec. The assays are expensive, usually $1,000 or more per assay. They're not done in most commercial labs, or at least conjugate-specific analysis is not done in most commercial labs. You can't just go to your doctor who would have no idea how to take the blood sample, where to send it. A lot of the work is done in research labs, but that doesn't help people. The other problem is that even if you have PCBs in your body, there's no easy way of getting rid of them. The only thing that's been done at all effectively is eating olestra, that non-absorbable fat. Unfortunately, it causes violent diarrhea. You lose all your fat-soluble vitamins. So it's not a terribly realistic treatment for most people. It has been used in Aniston. I think the protocol is you take olestra for 5 days, and then you go off it and take vitamin supplements for 2 days. But it's an option. The solution is obviously avoiding exposure, but that's very difficult. And since our food supply is contaminated, our air is contaminated, I don't really have a good answer for the question.
Yeah, sounds very complicated. I have a question about the low chlorinated PCBs versus the higher chlorinated PCBs. It sounds like they're both dangerous. Is one more dangerous than the other, in your opinion?
Well, I think if you ask 99% of the people that work with PCBs, they would say it's the high chlorinated ones, because those are the ones you can measure in the blood. I'm changing my view on that. I think now the lower chlorinated ones are more dangerous. You can stash away the high chlorinated ones in your body fat. They don't seem to be as reactive as these lower chlorinated ones. Just because the lower chlorinated ones are broken down more rapidly, a lot of the products of being metabolized are the ones that cause the hazards. So I think you won't get a definitive answer even from me. My sense now is that the lower chlorinated ones are more dangerous, but that's not to minimize the danger of the more highly chlorinated ones.
Gotcha. And the exposure path for the lower chlorinated PCBs tends to be more ingestion?
More inhalation.
Inhalation, okay.
More inhalation for the lower chlorinated ones.
Okay, gotcha. Interesting. Okay. Well, does anybody have any other questions? I don't see any hands up. I don't see any responses yet, although I do see a thank you for an impressive and informative presentation. I can second that. Barbara Miller, did you have a question? I see Barbara Miller in here, but I did not see a question.
I was so clear that nobody has any questions except the dog.
Yes, my dog is making a comment. Okay, thank you very much. That was
My
that was
pleasure.
an
Thank you.
amazing presentation. Really informative.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Carpenter. Once again, the Northwest Toxics Communities Coalition is in your debt. We appreciate your taking the time to share your work with us. And could you actually, I do have one piece, share a little bit about Monsanto's effort to silence
Oh,
you.
I totally forgot to talk about that.
Yeah, we need to hear a little bit about that.
Well,
Thank you.
Monsanto has a long history of doing everything they can to discredit expert witnesses. And I've been a particularly effective expert witness because I've, in general, not accepted reimbursement for my expert testimony myself, but have used those funds to support my students. And juries like that because there's a perception that a lot of expert witnesses are just making a lot of money on the side. I have no problem with making money on the side, but I get my jollies mainly from having bright students that work with me that work on these issues and many others. What happened was that my university got 3 major FOIL requests from Monsanto starting maybe a year and a half ago. It started with everything I've ever done in studies with the Mohawks. And they came to my office and took away a lot of my papers and documents and publications and raw data. After a number of months, that was all returned and I didn't hear anything more. Then another FOIL request came to the university where they wanted to have records of every invoice I'd ever submitted to any law firm in relation to a Monsanto case. They wanted all my correspondence. They came and emptied 3 big file cabinet drawers of legal information of cases I'd been involved in. I should said my first involvement in Monsanto cases was in Anniston back in about 2000. And I've been probably involved in 50 cases against Monsanto since that time. Well, to some degree, I don't blame Monsanto as much as I blame my university. My university freaked out. Big bad Monsanto was on their case. And so what happened is the university put me on this, quotes, alternate assignment, which was I was not allowed to go to my office. I was to work from home. I wasn't to talk with anybody at the university, including my students. And at that time, I had 8 PhD students. I had just had 4 that finished their PCBs. One of the reasons I had so many students was I was one of the few people that had money to support them. And that money was Monsanto's money. That went on for 9 months until working with my local attorney, we talked with a reporter from the local newspaper, the Albany Times-Union. We made the front page of the Times-Union on 4 different occasions. It made Monsanto look like a terrible bully, made my university look like a bunch of idiots. And shortly thereafter, it was determined that I hadn't done anything very wrong. There was no penalties on anything that I had done. I was allowed back to my office. I had been prohibited from teaching. I was scheduled to teach 2 classes. This was just ludicrous and outrageous. Well, so I thought things were pretty much back to normal until the day before yesterday, when I get another subpoena. Again, a case against Monsanto from a man with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma in Hawaii, where they want every piece of paper I ever submitted. So the issue is there's a lot of power from from corporations that have a lot of money. They have very powerful attorneys, and you have to have people willing to step forward. You know, when I gave a talk at the reception they held for me the other day, I said I spent most of my life writing scientific papers. That hasn't really changed much in terms of public policy. I've made contacts with politicians. That hasn't done very much. I've worked with a lot of community groups. They are very effective, and that's a good thing. But in terms of getting any compensation for the individuals that are harmed, the only way that happens is by litigation. No other way does someone dying of cancer due to Monsanto's PCBs get any compensation than by litigation. I do not apologize for being an expert witness. I think the bastards should pay for the harm they do, and they do very significant harm.
Thank you, Dr. Carpenter. There's another comment in the chat, and this is from Charles Tebbett. He's asking, Dr. Carpenter, did you work with Ward Stone on the Akwesasne PCB issues?
Yes, I did. I worked with Ward for many years. He was one of the ones that really started our program there. He took a snapping turtle and analyzed it for PCBs in our lab, found sky-high levels of PCBs. Turtles are sacred animals in the Mohawk culture, and that began a whole series of events that led to our major study that's still ongoing there.
Cool. All right. I don't see any other questions. Another thank you for the educational presentation in addition to your bravery to speak the truth.
Thank you very much. It's my
Yes.
pleasure.
Oh, here, another question just popped in. What labs and methods are best for testing PCBs in water?
In water. Well,
Yes.
it's the same labs. There are other labs that do environmental samples and will do water and soils and sediments. PACE is one of those labs that has facilities around the country, and they're good. It's easier to environmental samples. There are a lot of restrictions on doing human samples. You have to be certified as a clinical chemistry lab for that. So environmental samples are not as expensive, and there are more labs that are able to do that.
Okay. All right, thank you. I don't see any other questions. So Patty?
Hey, excuse me. I have Barbara Miller on the phone, and she would like to be unmuted so that she can ask a question directly to Dr. Carpenter.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and okay. Okay, I have to go back to my email here if I can find it. I have her question in an email format. I tried to post it. I tried to post it in chat, but it would not allow me. Give me just a minute here. Okay, this is the question from Barbara Miller, Silver Valley Community Resource Center. Dr. Carpenter, may you be commended for your work within the environmental justice system. Thank you. My question comes from one of the nation's oldest and largest Superfund site, Bunker Hill Superfund site. The epicenter of the site, 21 square miles, 5,000 residents, are located in an isolated area of North Idaho. Once the silver capital of the world, it is a century-old mining company town. The Silver Valley Community Resource Center, which I have been director for 35 years, has been fighting for solutions to environmental toxic cleanup, pollution, and establishment of a community-led health center overwhelmingly supported by affected citizens, science, laws, studies for 6 generations. Anyone who speaks out, mostly mothers, grandmothers, have been threatened or jailed. Recently, the Silver Valley Community Resource Center succeeded in getting federal reps to the area who have acknowledged human and civil rights violations being suppressed. In an effort to continue the Silver Valley's Children Run Better Unleaded work in good faith and with 2 issues justifying environmental justice, laws and orders, there is still fear of citizens to speak out, to raise awareness of the solutions to address devastation of lead and heavy metal poisoning of our children, homes, schools, and the environment. What precise steps, as in whistleblower, do you recommend for protection of affected citizens, the experts, in progressing the cleanup and lead health issue solutions being overwhelmingly supported? How important is it for community coalition groups to be involved, supportive, or is it?
It is absolutely essential for community groups to be involved. As I said, all of my work, and I could give you a lecture on heavy metals as well. I've done a lot of work with metals also. I don't mean to imply that PCBs are an unusual contaminant, because metals are equally dangerous. Without the activity of community groups, nothing gets done. And between community groups and litigation, for example, in Anniston, nothing happened until a group of lawyers took on the case in litigation. There were no community groups. The litigation generated the community groups that have really been very active since then. But it's so often the case that people living near contaminated sites are not politically powerful. They're often poor communities. They're often minority communities. They're dependent on the contaminating industry for livelihood, which makes their ability to fight things compromised. You have to work with community groups. But also, I would certainly say that don't forget litigation as a last resort, because if you have politicians, regulatory agencies that are not able to mobilize the resources and support for cleaning up the contamination, you're going to be left with people in the community continuously exposed over generations. And this is really what happens. Poor families live there, it's their job, they can't afford to leave, and their health is degraded, their cognitive function is degraded, and they're stuck. You need to have community groups take the lead. Absolutely essential. That's why I think this Toxic Coalition is such a valuable group, and we need more of those, and we need local groups in the regions of each of these contaminated sites.
So I think we have, there's one more question in the chat, but I think our time's out. And so I'm wondering if our time's run out, if we could get your, Dr. Carpenter, if we could get your contact information in the chat, maybe your email, and we can send you this. This is a clarifying question about the laboratories.
Sure.
Would that be okay?
Sure.
All right. Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, we'll post Dr. Carpenter's contact information in the chat. Once he has sent it to me, I'll put it up in there. Thank you. I did ask a question in chat just now, Dr. Carpenter, and maybe before you leave, have you seen evidence of PCB contaminated sites being covered up by public facilities such as schools?
Yes, that's happening all over the place.
Yeah, I assume so.
There's so much contamination, especially in older buildings, older sites, and it's very difficult to get rid of it.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, Darlene, I believe you have an introduction to do.
I do. And thank you very much, David. Incredible work by you and your colleagues. But continuing on the theme of PCBs, our next speaker is Mark Zemmel, a partner in the Seattle public interest law firm Smith and Lowney. Mark represents nonprofit organizations and citizens to hold bad actors accountable. He has litigated dozens of Clean Water Act citizen suits and negotiated settlements that have directed millions of dollars to benefit local watersheds. Mark has experience with Washington Public Records Act and various torts and has argued before the Washington Court of Appeals. He earned his undergraduate degree with distinction at the University of Wisconsin in Madison. He earned his law degree, cum laude, from Northwestern University, Pritzker School of Law, where he was also an associate editor for the Northwestern University Law Review. He joined Smith and Lowney in 2011. Mark will be discussing the case Sierra Club versus EPA, which successfully forced the EPA to develop a cleanup plan called the Total Maximum Daily Load, or TMDL, for PCBs in the Spokane River. His presentation will include a background of the Clean Water Act's TMDL regime, citizen suits, and the constructive TMDL submission doctrine. And I have put his contact information in the chat. Thanks, Mark, a lot for joining us today. And I think you have a program to upload.
Thank you
So
so
if you'd
much.
like to do that.
Yes, and thank you. Oh, it says my screen sharing has been disabled. So I think I'll need to be made a co-host again. Okay. Okay, well, thank you again for that introduction and for the invitation to speak with everyone today. Today, I'm going to focus on that case that Darlene mentioned and a couple other representative victories that use the Clean Water Act as a tool to reduce pollution and to protect the environment and human health. So the case referenced is, the first case I'm talking about is where I represented Sierra Club and also the Center for Environmental Law and Policy, or CELP, against EPA seeking to compel a TMDL for PCBs in the Spokane River. And ultimately, the federal court approved a consent decree providing for just that. So for this case, I'll talk about the problem that we saw, which was an important river polluted with toxic PCBs, then the framework under the Clean Water Act for addressing that problem, and how our lawsuit progressed toward ultimate success. But although we were ultimately successful in court, much remains to be done before the Spokane is no longer impaired by PCB pollution. Dr. Carpenter did an amazing job explaining all the dangers of PCBs far better than I could. So it's really fortuitous that that came first. But, just to reiterate, these are highly toxic chemicals that bioaccumulate and biomagnify up the food chain, are persistent in the environment. And even though production of them were supposed to have ceased long ago, they remain in products that are processed, including in inks that come out during paper recycling operations, including by Inland Empire Paper Company, which discharges to the Spokane River, as well as other industries, wastewater treatment plants, et cetera. So under the Clean Water Act, the Clean Water Act is a federal law. Just for background, I know that there are a lot of different levels of experience with these statutes and with the science, but hopefully there will be something for everybody in the presentation. But, just to to lay the foundation, the act was enacted back in 1972 with very aggressive and optimistic goals to essentially eliminate the discharge of pollutants by 1985, which obviously didn't happen. But the goal is also that our waters should provide for the protection and propagation of fish, shellfish, and wildlife, and provide for recreation and use of the waters. And that's where the swimmable, drinkable, fishable idea comes from that some of you may be aware of. So, backing up in how the Clean Water Act works, in general, it's a cooperative federalism approach where the states implement the Clean Water Act on a state-by-state basis. And there are also provisions for tribes that receive this treatment as a state status to also implement certain aspects of the Clean Water Act. And so there are several key sections that will come up in the presentation. For this case, the water quality standards is a key piece, and the listing of impaired waters, which I'll talk about. And then later we'll talk about other sections like dredge and fill permitting and PDS permitting, which is end of pipe permitting for the discharge of pollutants. So here in the Spokane River, the state and the tribes both established water quality standards and designated uses for the river. So that can include, the use that the river should include habitat for salmonids, and fish should be safe to harvest and consume. And then human health-based water quality criteria for the pollutant, for PCBs in this case, are developed and submitted to EPA for approval. And the EPA can either accept it or adopt their own. In Washington State, there's a bit of a saga with PCB water quality criteria. Initially, the state established 170 picograms per liter, which is parts per quadrillion, as the human health criteria. But EPA determined that that was not protective enough and established a more stringent criteria. But then the Trump administration rescinded that and reverted back to Washington's more lax criteria. Litigation ensued, and then recently in 2022, the Biden administration reinstated the tougher criteria. And the Spokane tribe has developed an even more stringent criteria, which has developed over time. And the differences between what is considered to be protective of human health is based on assumptions about the rate of fish consumption. So as Dr. Carpenter talked about, these PCBs accumulate in fatty tissue. And so the more fish that you eat, the less PCBs are safe to be in the river or in the fish, et cetera. And periodically, states must do water quality assessments and identify water bodies that don't meet the standards established for them. And the Spokane River is one of those water bodies. It's not meeting the standards for PCBs. And so, but it's just one of many. And so states must identify these waters and then rank them by priority, taking into account the severity of the pollution, their designated uses, and also state resources, et cetera. And then for each impaired water body, the state must establish a total maximum daily load under the Clean Water Act for the pollutants. And that must be, established at a level necessary to implement the applicable water quality standards. So, the pollution levels need to be brought down to a level where fish are safe to eat, if that's the designated use. It's safe to recreate in, if that's the designated use. Safe to drink, if that's the use. And it has to take into account a margin of safety. So the process for the TMDL development is that the states are supposed to submit the TMDL for EPA approval. The statute leaves it unambiguous. It says the EPA, once they receive the proposed TMDL from a state shall either approve or disapprove the TMDL not later than 30 days after its submission. And then if the EPA approves of the TMDL, the state has to incorporate it into its process. But if the administrator rejects the TMDL, then EPA needs to step in and do it itself and establish that TMDL as necessary to implement the water quality standards that we talked about. And so, like I said, the Spokane River is impaired for several pollutants, including PCBs. And this triggered Washington State's duty to establish a PCB TMDL for the river in order to have it meet the standards. But to do it. But so obviously the question comes up, what happens if a state ignores its obligation to prepare TMDLs altogether? It's, you know, the Clean Water Act is not always implemented as it was designed back in 1972. And it didn't take long for states to ignore this mandate to establish TMDLs. These are very, you know, involved processes with technical analysis and a lot of political interests at stake, with stakeholders and industry putting a lot of pressure on the state. So oftentimes they will put things on the back burner. And so the public had to find a way to enforce this requirement, right? If a state is completely ignoring their obligation to do this. And so some theories are a citizen suit under the Clean Water Act, and then also claims under the APA or the Administrative Procedure Act, which governs how agencies are allowed to make decisions. And so in 1984, the Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the level of federal courts right below the Supreme Court, but above district courts, decided the seminal case of Scott versus the City of Hammond, which established this constructive submission doctrine. And here's a quote from the opinion: "We think the state's inaction here, in this case, its lack of TMDLs as a whole for Lake Michigan, in view of the short statutory deadlines, may have ripened into a refusal to act. A refusal to act would amount to a determination that no TMDL is necessary and none should be provided. In effect, we may have a constructive submission of no TMDLs. As a matter of law, under the Clean Water Act, a state determination to set no TMDLs must be reviewed by the EPA. And the EPA is then required to approve or disapprove the submission. And obviously, if a state is submitting no TMDL, the only option available for EPA is to reject it, because that's contrary to the statute. And so once EPA disapproves it, it must set its own TMDLs. And so that really was the seminal case. And the Ninth Circuit endorsed the constructive submission doctrine. That's our circuit here in the Pacific Northwest in 2002. And its standard, the court standard that it set was state inaction can amount to a constructive submission if the state, quote, clearly and unambiguously indicates that it will not submit any TMDLs. And no constructive submission was found in that case, but it was really important to establish that principle in this circuit and to set standards for future cases. So in 2011, we filed our lawsuit, our citizen suit, against EPA, alleging that the Department of Ecology in Washington State had constructively submitted a determination that no TMDL is necessary, and asking EPA to step in, asking the court to force EPA to step in and prepare that TMDL. And the facts here were pretty egregious from the beginning. I mean, in 2006, the Department of Ecology had already completed virtually all of the work on a PCB TMDL for the Spokane River. And they even circulated a draft of the TMDL within the agency. But then Ecology abruptly abandoned the TMDL process. They edited the title of the document they were circulating, removed the waste load allocations, and decided to pursue what they called a toxics task force instead, which is just a group, an advisory group essentially, made up of polluters, dischargers of PCBs, EPA, ecology, and a few environmental organizations, but they didn't have any meaningful authority, and they were never guided by a comprehensive analysis or even with the intent to create a TMDL. And so we believe that that was evidence that ecology and Washington State had decided affirmatively, we are not doing a TMDL. They even started using the term straight to implementation to describe certain actions that implies circumventing the TMDL process, and even used the term TMDL alternatives repeatedly in materials that they prepared and guidance. The Spokane tribe also intervened on our side, making claims that are unique to their status as a tribe. And they claimed a breach of trust responsibilities, among others, by failing to disprove the constructive submission of no TMDL. And so in this kind of case, it's essentially litigated over an administrative record. So there wasn't really an opportunity to take depositions or do discovery like you would normally in other lawsuits. So the EPA developed a record that they determined encompassed all the documents relevant to their consideration of ecology's conduct on this issue. We issued FOIA requests and Public Records Act requests under Washington law to get additional documents. We're able to supplement the record with the court. We moved for summary judgment in 2013, saying on the undisputed record, the record is what it is. Judge, you should find right now that there was a constructive submission of no TMDL and force EPA to do it. EPA filed a cross motion for summary judgment. Interveners on EPA side, which included the Department of Ecology, Kaiser Aluminum, Spokane County. These are, aside from ecology, these are dischargers of PCBs to the river. And then in 2015, we got our order on those motions. And the court held that a constructive submission occurs only when a state has clearly and unambiguously abandoned its obligation to produce a TMDL or TMDLs, citing that Ninth Circuit case. It does not occur merely because a state has prioritized one TMDL over another. So this is sort of that manifestation of deference to the state about how to order things. So the court found that no constructive submission had occurred at that point. And it held that it need not define the precise contours of the doctrine at that time. The facts in the record readily demonstrate that ecology had sufficient reasons for not completing the TMDL. The court found that ecology lacked sufficient scientific data to prepare the TMDL and had not satisfied certain pre-submission requirements like public notice and consultation. But there was a silver lining to the order on the constructive submission doctrine. The court said there does come a point at which continual delay of a prioritized TMDL, like the Spokane PCB TMDL, and detours to illusory alternatives, which we later argue includes the task force, ripen into a constructive submission that no action will be taken. And this is the key point. With the task force as presently proposed, ecology is coming dangerously close to such a point, and with EPA's support. But the court didn't deny all our claims. We had also made claims under the APA, that Administrative Procedure Act. We had argued that the agency unlawfully withheld or unreasonably delayed an action. And the court found that that failed because it was premised on the assumption that there was a constructive submission. But then the secondary APA claim was that the decision around, detouring to the task force was arbitrary, capricious, and an abuse of discretion, or otherwise not in accordance with the law, which is the standard under that section of the APA. And so the court found that, yes, they did abuse their discretion in approving the task force as an alternative to the TMDL. And we were a little, it's a little internally inconsistent because we thought that the findings the court made really supported the constructive submission claim. but the court decided to make the ruling under the APA and remanded the matter back to EPA with directions. So the court said that the EPA does not have the statutory authority to approve a task force in lieu of a TMDL. The Clean Water Act does not give the EPA authority to approve an indefinite delay. The act commands the EPA to ensure prompt compliance with the Clean Water Act. Therefore, the APA may not approve a task force as an alternative to a TMDL. As presently proposed, the task force provides no way of determining, it has no way of determining if the task force has been effective in furthering the preparation of a TMDL. And this language we'll use later on, as I'll explain. And in terms of the tribe's breach of trust claims, because the court found that EPA had violated at least one provision of the APA, the court decided that it need not consider whether there were any specific trust obligations that were violated at that time. So in remanding remanding the matter back to EPA, the court ordered that a firm schedule and concrete goals are important in this case, especially since the state is pursuing an alternative route that may delay an already delayed TMDL. Accordingly, the court sets aside the EPA's decision and remands this issue to the EPA. Specifically, the EPA shall work with ecology to create a definite schedule with concrete goals, including clear statements of how the task force will assist in creating a PCB TMDL in the Spokane River by reducing scientific uncertainty and establishing quantifiable metrics to measure progress toward that goal. And it has to have regular checkpoints at which ecology and EPA will evaluate progress with a reasonable end date, et cetera. And so a short time later, under the court's order, EPA filed a response, which we refer to as the EPA plan. And it purported to provide a schedule that could result in the PCB TMDL, but as a preamble, the EPA clarified that it does not interpret its regulations, which are referenced in the court's order, to give EPA the authority to establish a legally enforceable schedule for either the task force or the state. The regulation speaks to the collaborative nature of the development of such schedules. However, it does not authorize EPA to establish a legally enforceable schedule for state submissions of TMDLs or for work by an independent task force. And so this is obviously problematic and a red flag, and we use this against them later in our second motion for summary judgment. And so it did include a schedule, it's shown here, and it had benchmarks for PCB concentrations in the river, with a final date of 2027 for when it must meet applicable water quality standards for PCBs. And then if not met, it would submit the TMDL by 2030. So a long way off from the 2015 date. And we found this unacceptable. And so there was a detour to the Ninth Circuit that didn't really amount to anything. But in the interim, as we allowed the task force to at least give it an opportunity to see whether it would, despite EPA's disclaimer, whether it would be making progress towards a TMDL. And in that interim, the Ninth Circuit reaffirmed the constructive submission doctrine. And it stated, where a state has failed to develop and issue a particular TMDL for a prolonged period of time and has failed to develop a schedule and credible plan for producing that TMDL, it has no longer simply failed to prioritize its obligation. Instead, there has been a constructive submission, which triggers EPA's mandatory duty to act. And so that was very useful and re-energized our case. And so a short time later, after a long case abeyance where we had to fight over several attempts by ecology to get our case dismissed, which we defeated, we moved for summary judgment again. And we made a lot of arguments in our second summary judgment motion. We were given a lot of fodder with their response and with additional documents that we made part of the record. And we really tried to seize on this credible plan language from the Ninth Circuit. And we argued that the EPA plan that EPA submitted following the judge's remand order is unenforceable according to EPA's own interpretation of it and should not be relied upon as a credible plan to develop a TMDL. It does not require a TMDL. Even if water quality standards were never attained, there was language in there that said they could still pursue some other alternative, which we found unacceptable. And we also put before the judge this concept of the Department of Ecology's entire TMDL alternative program and argued that it was a formalized repudiation of the obligation to perform a TMDL. It had
Mark,
been...
Just a quick question. Do you prefer to take questions at the end of your presentation, or do you mind?
I do not mind taking them as we go.
Oh, okay, because there's a question in the chat.
Yeah.
From Jean Mendoza. Are there legal options available when an advisory group includes polluters but no environmental organizations?
I mean, I think it depends on the situation. I mean, there's nothing, the task force that I talk about was kind of this invention of the Department of Ecology. And so there was no real governing law regarding the makeup of that task force. But I know that there are many laws that require public participation, which would include environmental interests. And so I don't know that there would be grounds. I mean, maybe under the APA or the equivalent state statute, SEPA, there might be claims there, but I can't think of any in specific.
Okay, thank you.
So getting back to the arguments that we made in our second summary judgment motion, we really just hammered on this theme of ecology obviously wanting to just be in this endless cycle of trying alternatives to a TMDL without attaining water quality standards and without a TMDL. They regularly qualified any commitment of a TMDL with or another alternative. And, the reason is that PCBs are very toxic in very small concentrations. And so dischargers in industry and even wastewater treatment plants that are owned by the county and the city, if a TMDL, if and when a TMDL is prepared, it basically accounts for all the sources of PCBs that go to the river. That includes air deposition, that includes non-point runoff, and it also includes the end of pipe dischargers that are subject to Clean Water Act permitting. And so once a TMDL is established, the permits, the NPDES permits, which I will talk about later in more detail, essentially, we think they will be required to eliminate discharges of their PCBs, which is virtually impossible without eliminating discharges to the river altogether. This is a very difficult problem to solve, and it's very expensive to even implement the solutions that are known at this time. And so there's a lot of resistance from industry to the concept of a PCB TMDL in the river. And that gets to ecology, and that's why they put it on the back burner, and that's why they're continually wanting to try these alternative approaches. So we also, pointed out how flawed the task force was, how that whole regime was flawed. It was not designed to complete or assist in completing a TMDL, and that was the standard that our judge set in ruling on the first motion for summary judgment. And they confirmed that in documents that we uncovered, that they weren't working toward really plugging the data gaps that ecology was relying on as a reason for not doing the TMDL in the first place. And the task force also identifies several reasons why they think a TMDL is impossible, while also, half-heartedly saying they're working towards it. And it was not credible. And that was kind of the theme that we were focusing on. And EPA endorsed this process. In their remand plan, they said that they encouraged the continued ongoing work by the task force. They didn't ask for any changes. They just said, keep doing what you're doing. And it was obvious that that was not towards developing a TMDL. And, related to the question from the chat, the task force was also so bad that the main environmental organization, Spokane Riverkeeper, resigned in protest from the task force. And so that left a very critical environmental voice that lended it what little credibility it had, made it non-existent. And also, I think it was through the Monsanto funding that Dr. Carpenter referred to, the governor's office was accepting requests for budget items related to PCBs, and the task force actually wrote a letter opposing funding for development of a TMDL and the Spokane River for PCBs, arguing that the resources should be diverted to other attempts to lower PCB loading to the river and to fund the task force itself. And so that was another really critical piece of evidence. And we also uncovered correspondence within ecology that showed the original 2006 draft PCB TMDL had been sort of hidden away, and it was difficult to find. Even the stakeholders within the agency were unable to locate it when they were looking for it. And we argued that the plan itself that EPA provided with the benchmarks, with the different concentrations that had to be met over time on the march toward attaining water quality standards were just completely flawed. We argued that it should be using fish tissue benchmarks, including with older fish, not just the concentration of PCBs in the water column. They adhere to sediments mostly, and then that gets eaten by microorganisms and go magnifying up the food chain to fish and ultimately orca in downstream. So we filed that motion, and apparently it was pretty persuasive because EPA immediately offered to take on the TMDL. And they agreed to have it prepared by 2024, and they're making progress towards it. We're seeing that. Sierra Club is still very much involved, working with experts to make sure that the work is being done well. And we're very hopeful that it will be on target, although it's a very difficult process. And we also, wanted to make sure that the deadline was before a potential change in administration, to make sure that EPA wouldn't change its mind or somehow go back on its agreement. So there are still a lot of legal issues and obstacles to effective EPA monitoring and cleanup. And, after the TMDL is prepared, I referenced the need for the NPDES permits. That's the permits that allow for the discharge of pollutants, at the end of a pipe or a point source, which I'll talk about. Those need to incorporate what is found in the TMDL. And it's very likely that they will require a no discharge standard, because there really is no way to allow PCBs to be continually loaded via point source while it's also still being loaded via non-point source and other sources. But even if the NPDES permit does establish very stringent or zero discharge standards, there's a problem with monitoring methods. And this came up in Dr. Carpenter's presentation and some questions. but there's this relatively imprecise method 608 that is the only method approved for compliance monitoring by EPA, and it cannot even detect anywhere near the concentrations that are still harmful and still would violate the human health criteria. And there are more sensitive methods, but those are expensive and difficult. You know, Dr. Carpenter knows far more than I do about the labs and the details of that, but you know, even that method has not been approved, and even that method, you know, may not be precise enough, but it's much better and should be adopted. And so these are real problems facing PCB cleanup. So before I go on to some other case examples, were there any questions about the TMDL process or anything that I mentioned so far?
For anybody who arrived later, any participants, we're asking questions in the chat. So please just type in your questions in the chat. I have a question.
Yeah.
You said the use of the water body has it weighs in on what the TMDL how it would be interpreted. For instance, if you're looking to eat fish, I take that as an example, or if the water body is going to be used for swimming. Did I understand correctly that that's part of what determines the total
Yeah.
MAC?
Well, so
Okay.
it's the failure to attain the standards that triggers the need for the TMDL. And the
Okay.
standards are set by designated uses. And so in the Spokane River, it's a historic, you know, fishing site. People eat
Right.
fish from the
Right.
Spokane River. And the, you know, Washington State and EPA, they developed the criteria based on an assumption on how much fish people eat and what an acceptable risk for cancer is. And I believe, and I don't know this 100%, but I believe they only consider cancer in this context. I could be wrong, but it was fascinating to hear Dr. Carpenter talk about all the other health problems that PCBs can cause. But I believe it's just a risk factor for cancer that is considered when establishing the human health criteria. And if anyone in the audience can correct me, I would welcome that, but that's my understanding. So hopefully that answers your question. But yeah, the designated uses are directly involved. It's not, and the TMDL is designed to bring the water body into compliance with those standards. So it's all connected and all related.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, we have, I think there's problems in the Duwamish River too, because that's used for, the fish are used for food, and that is true of the Lower Willamette River as well.
Absolutely.
They do not meet standards. The fish do not meet standards.
Yeah. And I
Okay.
believe that is also I'm fairly certain the Duwamish is impaired for PCBs, and yeah.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
And so now I want to talk about,
There is another question if you have to.
please.
Chelsea from Chelsea Batavia. Is there any penalty to ecology for any other agency for failing to develop a TMDL when there is a finding of constructive submission?
So when there is a finding of constructive submission, the EPA is the one that takes on the duty to prepare the TMDL. And I think I heard that the question was about ecology. Was that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So ecology is kind of taking a back seat at that point to some extent. And it is EPA's prerogative to come in and do the TMDL. And if the question then follows, is there a penalty for EPA not doing what they were ordered to do? They would be in contempt of court, and we would need to bring a motion to enforce the consent decree. And it's unclear what the remedies would be, but certainly the court would do something to ensure that they follow through with the court order, as you know, any agency is expected to do when they are ordered to do something by a federal court.
Interesting. Okay.
So
Thank
Yeah, so next I'm going to talk about some other cases brought against polluters under the Clean Water Act, just in my practice. So first, I think it makes sense to back up a little bit and talk about the Clean Water Act in those contexts. And some of you may be familiar with this, but the Clean Water Act generally applies to navigable waters. And that's a term of art used for Commerce Clause purposes because Congress's power is somewhat limited, but one of the areas that it has authority is to regulate interstate commerce. So when you talk about navigability, that's where that comes in and gives them the authority. And what constitutes a navigable water changes over time, subject to different interpretations, both by EPA regulation and by the courts themselves. And so the EPA will establish rules about what constitutes navigable waters or waters of the United States, as it's often called, and the Supreme Court has weighed in on it. And it's a very contentious issue, especially with regards to wetlands, which are not historically maybe thought of as navigable, but because of the connection to surface waters, that water quality is extremely important. And so courts and EPA have found a way to incorporate those into the definition. And so Section 402 of the Clean Water Act flatly prohibits the discharge of any pollutant to navigable waters via point source without a permit. And so, those are all terms of art that are highly contentious, litigated over, is this a point source? Is this a pollutant? Is this a navigable water? Defense industry and defense counsel will make any argument they can to argue that their clients or their discharges are not subject to any limitation. But once an NPDES permit, which is this discharge permit from a point source, once those are issued, then the permittee must abide by its terms. And so in Washington state and in other states, there are many general permits that apply to broad categories of industries or pollutant discharges. An example is the Washington State Industrial Stormwater General Permit, which I'll talk about, the Sand and Gravel General Permit, which I'll talk about. There's a Boatyard General Permit. There are many different general permits. And then for more complicated sites, larger sites, there are individual permits where ecology will, write the permit specifically for a particular operation. And so citizen enforcement is critical to the success of the Clean Water Act. From the beginning, Congress always envisioned citizens having a key role to enforcing it. And often the term private attorneys general is thrown around as the role that Congress envisioned for citizens to bring enforcement actions. And so it says that any person who is alleged to be in violation of an effluent standard or limitation or an order issued by EPA or the state agency can sue. They are allowed to sue to enforce those standards. And then also in number 2, citizens can sue EPA where there is an alleged failure to perform an act or duty under this chapter, which is non-discretionary. And that's where the second point is where the constructive TMDL submission claim flows through. But, not just any citizen can sue. They have to satisfy the Constitution's standing requirements. And that is that a person has to have suffered an injury in fact, and the injury must be fairly traceable to the challenged action, and it must be likely that the injury will be redressed by a favorable court decision. And we strongly dislike the standing concept. I mean, an environmental organization that has the unquestionable mission to protect the environment, protect particular water bodies, in my view, should always have standing. I think they have shown that they have enough skin in the game to litigate properly. And that's sort of the concern that's at issue here. They don't want someone, the Constitution and interpretations of the Constitution say that we don't want just anybody suing, because if they don't have a real interest, then that could prejudice people who do by getting a bad ruling or et cetera. But under the standing legal regime that exists, you have to prove each of these elements in order to bring a case. And if you can't, your case is dismissed and there's nothing you can do about it. And so environmental organizations can bring lawsuits on their own behalf, but they establish standing through their members. And so, you need to identify a member of the organization, the plaintiff organization, that has suffered an injury that satisfies these elements. And fortunately, there's been some good rulings about what amounts to an injury in fact, and it can be very small harm, and reasonable aesthetic injury is enough to establish standing for an environmental claim. And then before you can actually file a citizen enforcement action under the Clean Water Act, you have to give the alleged violator 60 days notice before you do it. And the regulations provide details about what that letter has to include, but you have to meet the requirement, or again, the case will be thrown out and there's nothing you can do about it except for maybe refiling or resending a notice letter and wasting all that time. And, who knows what would happen in the interim. But this is very strictly applied by courts. It's considered a jurisdictional requirement. And even if, you filed a lawsuit 59 days after you send the letter, your case can be dismissed. And then the remedies for a citizen suit, there's injunctive relief that can be awarded by the court. So if there's a lot of pollution going on, the court can order that it be stopped or mitigated or treated, et cetera. And then there are also statutory penalties that are provided for, and they are adjusted for inflation. So currently it's over $64,000 per day for each violation. So if there's a discharge that happens every day for a month, that's 30 violations, add up the penalty. But the court has a lot of discretion on setting the penalty. These are maximum penalties. And the statute provides for several penalty factors for the court to determine the appropriate penalty amount. And those include seriousness of the violations, the economic benefit, if any, resulting from the violation. So that's, for example, if an industrial site was required by its permit to install high-level advanced treatment and they didn't do it, those capital investments were avoided or delayed, and that results in an economic benefit that must be recouped by the penalty in order to disincentivize polluters from polluting, because otherwise they can just write it off as a cost of doing business. Other factors are history of the violations, good faith efforts to comply with the applicable requirements, the economic impact of the penalty on the violator. For this one, defendants will plead poverty as a mitigating factor against a high penalty, but we also argue that large corporations need higher penalties in order to deter their violations in the future and at other similar sites and industries around the country. And then there's a catch-all, any other matters that justice may require.
Mark, we do have another question in the chat. It's from G. Mendoza. It says, Washington says that permit fees must cover the cost of implementation and enforcement. What can citizens do when fees do not cover these costs?
The costs of enforcement, was that the question?
Yes. Cost of
Maybe the-
implementation as well as enforcement.
So I think that is referring to like administrative costs in the agency to process the permit and then enforce it if necessary. I don't think that's referring to citizen enforcement, if that answers the question.
Yes. Jean, does that make sense?
It wasn't quite my question. I'm referring to NPDES permits. So, for example, for municipal wastewater, the administrative costs cover 1 FTE for every 10 permits. And my focus is on NPDES permits for concentrated animal feeding operations. So currently the fees for animal feeding operations cover the cost of 1 FTE for the state of Washington. So that means 1 FTE is managing 25 permits. This is not enough to pay for everything that's involved. So my question is, what can citizens do when that discrepancy happens within the permitting process?
Well, it's possible that an appeal of the permit could happen if the fee is part of the permit terms and argue that it's insufficient. But once the permit is issued, it's very difficult to change it. When it's up for renewal, that could be an opportunity to appeal it. There also might be SEPA, state, or not SEPA, sorry. There might be APA related claims that could be made to force, if you believe that it was an arbitrary and capricious decision to set the fee at that amount, there might be an opportunity there as well. But in terms of CAFOs in particular, maybe Charlie in the next presentation would have more insight into that.
Thank you, Mark.
That was incomplete, but that's my understanding. Okay. So one of the main permits that I work with is the Industrial Stormwater General Permit. This is a general permit that regulates stormwater discharges at industrial sites. Industrial stormwater is treated like a pollutant. The operation of industrial sites leach contaminants into rainwater, the operation of vehicles and equipment contaminate stormwater, and it's just that risk of contamination that makes it regulated under the Clean Water Act, and that was the result of a statutory amendment and later regulatory development. And so there, I think, are over 1,000 facilities in Washington state permitted under the ISGP, the Industrial Stormwater General Permit. And the permit, it requires monitoring for certain pollutants like zinc, copper, turbidity, oil, pH, things of that nature. And then for certain specific industries, additional pollutants are required to be monitored, like TSS, chemical oxygen demand, and others. And it doesn't typically set enforceable limits where if a facility documents a concentration of a pollutant in their discharge that exceeds the benchmark established by the permit, that's not necessarily a permit violation in and of itself, although there are many NPDES permits that do establish numeric effluent limitations in that way. But for the ISGP, it triggers, the exceedance of benchmarks triggers the need to implement additional measures to clean up the stormwater, prevent its contamination in the first place, and ultimately treat it before it discharges to a water body. But it also prohibits contributing to violations of water quality standards. So that can be another way to use the permit against a polluter. And the example here is Puget Soundkeeper Alliance and Waste Action Project. These are two clients we work with a lot, versus Boeing. And this was related to PCB contaminated stormwater runoff from Boeing Field, which discharges to the Duwamish. And normally dischargers permitted under the ISGP are not required to monitor for PCBs at all. But because of it being Boeing and because it discharging to the Duwamish, the Department of Ecology issued a separate order requiring Boeing to monitor for PCBs. It didn't treated as a benchmark, like I described, where exceedance of any threshold would trigger any specific action. It's more of an information gathering reason for ecology, but it gave us ammunition to argue that they were violating or contributing to violations of water quality standards in the Duwamish, because their samples showed that their stormwater runoff was contaminated at PCB concentrations thousands of times what the human health criteria says they should be. And so we litigated a little bit, but ultimately settled with a consent decree. And throughout the case, we determined that the source of the pollutants were contaminated concrete joint material. So that's the in between the concrete slabs on the runway, or it actually wasn't a runway, but it was sort of this side area where military planes were, stored and worked on before delivery to the customer. But these areas of concrete joint material historically, I guess, were made with PCBs, and those leached into the adjacent soil and concrete, and they would replace the concrete joint material, would kind of get recontaminated, but they hadn't been paying attention and had been, not doing the replacement that was needed, and they were not treating their stormwater at all. So the consent decree provided for removal and replacement of the contaminated material, ongoing monitoring and conditions for additional removal, installation of advanced stormwater treatment, and triggers for even more treatment if PCB monitoring shows elevated levels following the installation of the first treatment system, and then, a chunk of change for habitat restoration on the Green River. So this is an example of this Puget Soundkeeper Alliance case versus Whitley Manufacturing. This was a industrial facility. They would make modular buildings, modular construction buildings. And, I'm bringing it up not so much because of the egregious pollution coming off the site, but this is an example where a facility did not have an NPDES permit in the first place. And so it's an example where you can bring an enforcement action to require them to get permit coverage. And then once they have permit coverage, we get a better idea of what the pollution coming off the site looks like. And, I think this was an important case also for precedential value, or at least getting an opinion by a judge that confirms that stormwater associated with industrial activity is a pollutant, regardless of the particular concentrations of other substances that are in it. And it's because of a congressional determination that these industrial sites are just inherently dirty and inherently risk contaminating navigable waters or waters of the United States, requiring permit coverage. And so they ultimately did receive coverage. So the next case, well, I guess I could pause for any questions if there are any, or not. Okay.
I have a question. I don't see any more questions in the chat at the moment. We recently had an instance in our neighborhood of a industrial excuse me, manufacturing plant near a public park where rain runoff showed that there were PCBs in fairly high concentrations in places within the park near this plant. And right now it's being dealt with. Would it be a correct assumption to assume that that plant must have some sort of permit? This is in Oregon, must have some sort of an industrial runoff permit?
Well, if they are discharging via point source to a water of the United States. So, we think of runoff as inherently not point source, right? And there are arguments to be made that the facility itself is a point source, and we do make that argument. But more traditionally, you need to find a confined, discrete conveyance You know, if they have a catch basin system with pipes collecting their stormwater, and then that goes out, you know, a pipe into a ditch, and the ditch flows to a creek, then yes, they would need a permit. But without more information, I don't know, but they should.
Right.
In the case.
Right. So you said there were three things. There's three requirements: a point source, going to a navigable water, and then there was a third thing
And then the
too.
pollutant, which in this
Was-
case, it sounds like there are certain industries that are exempt from the, you know, industrial stormwater definition. And that was the result of lobbying. You know, like gas stations are not considered an industrial site for purposes of the Clean Water Act, stormwater permitting, and there are other examples, but assuming it meets, it's not one of the exceptions, and it's an
Mhm.
industrial site, then yes, its stormwater is the pollutant, and then you would just be focusing on the point source and the
Okay.
receipt.
Interesting. Thank you.
So waste action project versus Fruling, sand, and topsoil is another case. And in this case, they had a different general permit called the sand and gravel general permit. It's very similar to the industrial stormwater general permit. It also regulates discharges associated with industrial activity, but just a different category of industries, you know, sand and gravel, mining operations and crushing concrete, things of that nature. It has a bit of different terms. It does have a few numeric effluent limitations, the exceedance of which is a per se violation of the permit. It also requires monitoring certain groundwater discharges for which there is a dispute whether a citizen would have jurisdiction to enforce that provision because it's not going to a surface water, which is traditionally required under the Clean Water Act. But the state has broad latitude to regulate discharges to its own waters. It just happens that in Washington state, there's no citizen enforcement provision in state law to enforce state permits. So that's a bit of an aside, but wanted to mention. So in this case, this was an old sand and gravel mine. So the hillside was totally excavated away as a mine, and then it was filled as a landfill, kind of uncontrolled. We think mostly organic matter, but it's kind of uncertain. And then this business started operating on top of the filled mine, and they do concrete crushing, they do gravel sorting, they, you know, receive yard waste, they'll supply soil and bark, things of that nature. And we thought it was going to be, you know, just a garden variety enforcement action where they had some issues with their best management practices. The stormwater was more polluted than it should be, and that it would be relatively straightforward. But we ended up finding a discharge pipe downhill coming from the old landfill right into the backyard of a housing development. And it turned out to be highly contaminated with arsenic and contaminating the soils in the, you know, the wetland area that it was discharging to. And it became a much bigger deal than what we initially expected. So I'm going to play a short video here of just some evidence that we compiled, and you're going to hear the voice of Dr. Richard Horner, who we work with a lot as an expert on these cases. And he's an expert in stormwater management and stormwater treatment technologies, and is really one of the best in the country. And he just happens to live in Seattle, and we get to work with him a lot. So hopefully this works.
This is a manhole on Fruling's property behind a house on 9th Place Southwest. Here, a pipe conveys contaminated water from the ground into the manhole structure. This is Fruling's consultant taking a sample of the discharge. I also took a sample. Both were analyzed and the results compared very well, both above the human health criterion for arsenic. This is the outlet of the underground pipe that conveys the contaminated water from the manhole structure. From the outlet pipe, the discharges enter a ditch shown here You can't see it in this clip, but the ditch flows directly behind houses, immediately adjacent to the backyards. There's no fencing. People are recreating right next to this flow. It has a distinct orange coloration. That's indicative of iron bacteria. These are bacteria that live on iron as an energy source. And it's well known that iron dissolves along with arsenic into water. Here's where the flow widens out into a county designated native growth protection area. This is where both Rulings consultant and I took samples of the sediment. They were analyzed and again agreed well, both more than 10 times as high as the Model Toxics Control Act cleanup level for arsenic. And here the flow is within the native growth protection area as seen from a culvert on 9th Place Southwest. From here, it goes on to Crystal Creek, then Swamp Creek, Sammamish River, and Lake Washington.
And so, that case also ended in a consent decree and required treatment of those discharges, permit coverage for those discharges, cleanup of the sediments downstream. And ultimately, the plan is for that site to be remediated more completely in the context of a redevelopment project. And the property was sold, and we're continuing to monitor it. So finally, next is a case that Waste Action Project versus Purdue Foods. This is a slaughterhouse in Mount Vernon, a chicken slaughterhouse, and they discharge their processed wastewater to a treatment plant. And the Clean Water Act addresses this situation under what's called a pre-treatment permit. And so there are strict standards that are established for discharges to the treatment plant. The treatment plant itself also has an NPDES permit, but the upstream sources also have to have these pre-treatment permits. And so they happen to be a repeat offender, and Waste Action Project sued them several years before for similar violations and thought that we had agreed on a durable solution, and it turned out not to be the case. They admitted to more than 60 violations of the limit on biological oxygen demand. And, they didn't have much of a defense here because these are violations of the permit and violations of the Clean Water Act enforceable by citizens and subject to civil penalties, unlike the benchmarks that I talked about in the ISGP context, which merely triggers additional obligations. The failure to do those would be a violation, but here, very straightforward. And so we were able to secure significant pretreatment upgrades to ensure that these would not happen again, stipulated penalties for any future violations of these limits, and then almost $2 million to Earth Corps and the Rose Foundation for restoration projects in the watershed. And I think that's one of the larger citizen suit settlements in the state, if not the country. And finally, not as relevant to toxics necessarily, but just wanting to address Section 404 of the Clean Water Act, which regulates wetlands. This is a case that we brought for Resources for Sustainable Communities out of Bellingham against Pacific International Terminals. Pacific International Terminals was trying to develop a coal export terminal at this location at Cherry Point on the Strait of Georgia. And they'd never got a permit. They never got a clearing permit. They never got a wetland permit. And there were wetlands all over the site, and they just started making roads and clearing it. And it was a pretty straightforward violation of the Clean Water Act's prohibition on dredging and filling wetlands without a permit. And so we brought the case and were able to get a good consent decree that involved restoration of the disturbed wetland, conservation and enhancement of almost 3 acres of other wetlands unrelated to the project, and then a significant payment in lieu of penalty for restoration projects. And, you know, this case is actually most instructive because this coal export terminal was ultimately defeated and abandoned. And a large part of that was thanks to the local tribe in the area and their opposition to it. And their opposition was in part because of some of the evidence that this Clean Water Act citizen suit uncovered. And that included disturbing some historic sites belonging to the tribe during the process of this wetland clearing. And so, you know, it kind of shows that sometimes you don't know how valuable a lawsuit is going to be until you bring it and really dig into the evidence. And I'm just very pleased that this contributed even slightly to the defeat of that coal export terminal. So I think that's all I have. I'm a little early, but thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to answer more questions either now or via email if they come up later.
I do have 2 questions in the chat for you, Mark.
Sure.
One is from Monica Lowney. She says, I am hoping for an update with your settlement from the Snoqualmie mill site and the city of Snoqualmie suit. How are the polluters complying with stormwater discharge permits into the Snoqualmie River?
Thanks for that question. Yeah, this is referring to a very large area that Monica was involved with, that Waste Action Project brought against this very large site in Snoqualmie on the river. Is slated, it's a historic warehouser mill, and very contaminated, and is hoping to be redeveloped into a commercial and light industrial site. But in the meantime, we uncovered several industrial operations that were operating there without an NPDES permit. And so we brought the lawsuit. We also had theories about the past historic contamination being exposed to stormwater that can be another basis for requiring permit coverage, even if there's not an active industrial operation going on. If there are, you know, legacy pollutants from past industrial activities that remain exposed, and stormwater is going to a receiving water via point source, you also need a permit for that reason. And so we brought the suit, and we ended up settling, and the NPDES permits were issued to the active industrial sites. And Monica, I don't know off the top of my head what their monitoring data looks like, but I can check for you and get back to you.
Thank you. I would really appreciate that. And regarding the mill pond, will Weyerhaeuser have any responsibility for cleaning up that PCB mess?
I hope so. It wasn't a part of our case, and the current owner may have assumed some of that liability and responsibility, although they didn't purchase the mill pond, which I think you may be referring to, but I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, thank you. And thank you so much for all of your hard work on that case. Appreciate it.
So I have another question from Patty Martin. She asks, would discharges to federally owned groundwater or canal systems constitute a discharge for purposes of the Clean Water Act?
Federally owned groundwater.
Federally owned groundwater or canal systems.
Canal systems, I would say yes. I mean, especially if it's for navigation, if it's for irrigation. I mean, even if it gets to a surface water or an area with an hydrologic connection, I would say yes. In terms of groundwater, probably not, but maybe there would be a way under some theory to make the allegation, but I don't think it's as clear in that context.
I should clarify, this is Patty, that the federal government, after they brought the Bureau of Reclamation, brought in the canal system here in the basin, they kept control of the top 200 feet. So the top 200 feet of the groundwater here, Top Aquifer, is owned by the federal government.
Mhm.
And so that's going to be the first location where toxics that are bleeding off from farm fields, etc., are going to be found and then eventually make their way into other people's either drinking water wells or cities drinking water, because basalt is fractured, right?
Right. It's a good question. I mean, the navigable water standard or term used in the Clean Water Act under the sections that we talked about really focuses on navigability, historically, but that's been expanded over time. So it really is very fact specific, and it's hard to say without knowing a little bit more. I mean, the concern being about, I think did you say agricultural runoff? Was that the concern?
Yeah, not just, wouldn't necessarily be runoff, because I know that's exempted.
Right.
It would be percolation into federally owned waters.
Right.
Whether or not the federal government would have any interest in that water and what it may contain.
Yes, I mean, there are also other provisions of the Clean Water Act, including a state water quality certification that's under a different statute. So like any federal project that impacts water quality, the states kind of have some authority over and some veto power over. So that might be an avenue to look at. But just because the federal government owns groundwater, I don't think it's been established that that necessarily makes it a navigable water subject to the permitting requirements.
Yeah, yes, thank you. I wasn't thinking of it in terms of the navigable waters, but I appreciate your feedback. I just had some thoughts going through my head and how the federal government may have an interest in what may be found in their, the water that they own.
For sure, they should.
Yeah, thank you.
There's a question that might be related to this discussion from Elaine Packard, and the question is, please describe the criteria for federally and for state-owned groundwater. You might have already done that.
Yeah, so the latest Supreme Court ruling on, groundwater typically is not subject to permit requirements. If you're infiltrating pollutants down into the water, that's usually the state's jurisdiction. But if there is enough connection to a surface water that is functionally equivalent, I think is the term that the Supreme Court used most recently, then it would be considered a discharge to a navigable water. And they enumerated some factors to consider about that, the relative distance and, probably the porosity and the travel time and things like that. So it really is a case-by-case analysis.
Yeah. So is this related to what happened in Hawaii? I'm not a lawyer. Is it similar to that, where they found that it was going to the groundwater, but eventually ended up in surface water? And so the federal government, in a sense, owned the right to regulate that.
Exactly. That's the case I was referring to. I think it was in Maui.
There is one more question.
Sure.
The question is from Doris, and she was wondering if you can describe, wait a minute, hold on just a second. I got the wrong one here. She's wondering if you can, how citizens grassroots groups find lawyers who will help with their cause. And a related question from me would be, how do you avoid someone without a conflict of interest?
Well, we don't represent polluters, so we don't have conflicts like that. But the first part of the question, how do you find an attorney? really the citizen suit provision of the Clean Water Act, providing for attorney's fees to the prevailing party, is how, you know, our firm is able to do this work. But it also kind of incentivizes only taking certain cases, because lawyers are professionals and, you know, require income to support their families, et cetera. And so, you know, it's really by allowing us to recover the fees from the polluter that allows us to do the work and represent communities and individuals who wouldn't otherwise be able to hire an attorney. You know, I mean, there are also pro bono attorneys, and we do some pro bono work. And, you know, there's also, you know, there's also reduced rate arrangements with nonprofit organizations and things like that. And in terms of just finding a lawyer to approach, it's really, you know, about networking and trying and talking to as many as you can and see if you can find the right representation.
I have a question, Mark. It's Darlene. Going back to the Spokane River, or any place, if the municipality would ratchet back the amount of sewage that flows out there, that seems like it would really help a lot when it came to PCBs and other contaminants. And what kind of case could you bring on just that?
Well, I think that will flow from the TMDL, because once the TMDL is established, they're going to be subject to very strict limits. And then if they're exceeding those limits, again, it's hard to prove with the problems with the monitoring method that I mentioned and that had been discussed previously. But if they are exceeding them, then you could bring another enforcement action. But you're right that, you know, one of the ideas that has been thrown around is a land application from the treatment plant and not having it pump right into the river. And I don't know what the latest on that proposal or idea is, but I know it has been talked about.
Can I build on that? Thank you, Darlene. This is Monica again, Mark. And as you know, I went from living in Snoqualmie to now Spokane, so I'm involved in the river issue. I attended the River Forum about a week and a half ago, and I listened to Inland Paper talk about how these limits that will be set, the TMDL, is just unattainable. And, you know, he was pretty much throwing up his hands that there's nothing that could be done. But one suggestion I made, and it's something you may want to think about, is he spoke about the PCB 11 being a big issue because it's water soluble. And although they have a filtration system set up before they discharge, because this PCB 11 is water soluble, it goes right through the membranes and into the river. So, you know, one of my suggestions was, because he kept discussing the PCB 11 is the yellow and orange ink in the newsprint, that maybe they just make a good faith effort to not use yellow and orange ink in the newsprint, since they do also own the Spokane Review. So I don't know if waste minimization is something that's crossed your mind, but as we move forward with this case, to me, there are things that can be done from a good faith effort that can possibly minimize what they need to discharge. I just wanted to make that comment. And you have my number. If you want my help on anything, I'm happy to help.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you're right that there are things that they're going to need to do, and they will need to think creatively, because it's going to be very challenging. I mean, I don't disagree with the sentiment of the comment you relayed from the company, because it is very difficult, and it might be the reality that it's an inappropriate location for their operation altogether.
I agree completely. And in his presentation, it was interesting because I did ask him that question, and it was turned around into pretty much shaming the entire audience, saying you all use products with PCBs, therefore you're all polluters. And it was interesting, but the impression that I received was not one of Inland Paper planning to make a good faith effort to reduce the waste that they need to discharge into the river. And I believe that that needs to be addressed. So I just thought I'd make that comment, let you know.
Thank you.
Yes, I have another question related somewhat to the Spokane River area. Back in 2017 or so, my neighbors and I in Mill Canyon in Lincoln County were battling against the Department of Ecology and the wheat farmer up above our canyon to prevent the application of sewage sludge, which would have been right above and within sight of my spring, which serves as drinking water and irrigation for a number of us in the canyon. And Rachel Osborne helped us pro bono to fight that off. And basically what happened was the farmer got tired of seeing his name in the paper and compromised on the acreage and distance from the canyon. And the sludge wholesaler thought, no, this is too small a deal. So he abandoned the deal completely. But I'm wondering if, my spring and other waterways in the canyon are tributaries to Mill Creek, which is itself a tributary to the Spokane River. Can anything about the concerns that you outlined today be applied to that tributary system from sewage sludge application to farmland in the area of a river? I had tried to get the Spokane River Keeper interested in our fight while it was going on, but he felt it was too remote from his responsibilities. What are your thoughts, if any, about such issues?
Well, I think that if EPA does the TMDL well, they should be considering upstream sources. And that may very well include sewage sludge applications that get into groundwater and flow to the river ultimately. And it's hard to say what they would do about that, but they would certainly be accounting for that source. I don't know that it would protect you upstream, but it should be taken into account by EPA when establishing load allocations, PCB load allocations to the river. So I know that may be an incomplete answer, but upstream sources are definitely relevant and important to consider.
Thanks.
Mark, this is Monica again. Sorry. Another thing that I brought up during the EPA TMDL meeting is if they were planning to monitor the Liberty Lake sewage discharge treatment area, and they had no intention of doing that, which was concerning to me. And the other thing I wanted to point out is the big news about the groundwater and airway heights being contaminated with PFAS. Very little is being done about that. And the solution that DOE is considering right now, there was a lot of talk at the convention about this, but they believe the PFAS is flowing and entering the Spokane River through the underground aquifers. And it's near the Rathrum Prairie Aquifer, which is where Spokane receives all their drinking water. So the solution that DOE is looking into is allowing Airway Heights to actually drill into the Rathrum Prairie Aquifer, right where people had showed me they believe the PFAS is already flowing toward the aquifer, and allowing them to tap into that as a water source, which could potentially contaminate the entire Rathrum Prairie Aquifer. So it's really concerning. I don't know if you guys have any interest in looking into that issue, but I see it being a huge up and comer. And as you're probably aware, the Air Force Base and the airport, nobody's really taking any steps to correct the situation or provide fresh drinking water to rural areas where people are depending on water wells like Morton. And I know Morton's in a different area, but I'm just using that as an example. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done on that. I just thought I'd mention that as well.
That
Thank you.
sounds very alarming and concerning.
Yes, I was very alarmed and concerned when I heard this.
And I also just want to clarify that my practice focuses on the Clean Water Act, and that's what my presentation focused on. But there are other laws, other environmental laws that can be used for these types of issues, including RCRA and state laws. And there are certain standards for getting injunctions against operations that are known to be contaminating soils that can endanger people in the vicinity. And so don't limit your thinking to just the Clean Water Act, but that's just happens to be where my expertise is.
Thank you. And I wanted to point it out too, because
I just like
EPA
to, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have to stay on schedule here. We have lunch starting at supposedly around 12:15. So we don't really have time for more questions. Can you address your question in an email, Monica?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
Cool.
thank you so much, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the program.
And
very
thank you
much.
very much, Mark. It was
Yeah, thank you,
excellent.
Mark.
Thank
So
you
Dar-
so much.
Yeah. So Darlene, you'll be up now with the video. If we could ask
Yeah.
people to stick around for about 8 minutes to watch a video that the Northwest Toxic Communities Coalition has put together regarding some of our work. And then there'll be about a 10-minute break before we start up with Charlie Tebbett at 12:45. Thank you.
And the video we're going to show actually starts with a CAFO. And you might be, so it's kind of a setup to Charlie's talk here. I will try to get that up. It'll take a moment. Let's see. Okay. And share screen. See if this works. Can everybody see that?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay, I'll start it now.
Darlene, don't forget to hit the square in the bottom right-hand corner to bring it into full screen.
And there's no volume as well.
There's no sound.
Can everybody hear or see this?
I can see it, but I cannot hear it, Darlene.
Oh,
But we can hear you now.
well, I
And again-
don't know.
There you go. Hit that.
Let's see, I'll go back to the beginning. I will try to go back to the beginning.
Was a pristine area.
How's that?
Good.
I'm outside in the
Yes.
Can
I
you hear that?
Yes.
Okay.
middle of the night and take a big deep breath and you got nothing but fresh air.
The sound, the sound disappeared.
You said the sound disappeared?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what to do about that. Unless we give everybody the link and they can watch it. I've got the sound up as high as possible.
Massive. It's full of urine. It's full of manure.
Still can't hear it.
We just heard it, Darlene.
Okay.
It's full of antibiotics. It's full of pharmaceuticals. Whatever it takes to raise those cows. One of the problems for concentrated animal feeding operations is that they have so many animals in such a small area. And the animals produce such a large amount of waste that the farmers have a hard time of disposing of that waste. In the past, farmers have put way too much manure on the land, more manure than the crops could use for fertilizer. And that excess manure leached down to the groundwater, and now we have polluted groundwater in the lower Yakima Valley.
It's the sound again. Darlene, we've lost the sound again.
I don't know
So what
why.
you're looking at now is a picture of the data centers that are here in Quincy. There's over 300 locomotive-sized diesel generators permitted to operate in our community. Diesel's the #1 toxic of.
Is it still not? I just shut it off, but
No, Darlene, it's because don't mute your mic. Okay.
my, thank you.
Yeah.
It isn't muted.
Okay, thank you. It was working fine.
Because it's not just one individual compound, it's a plethora of them, right? There's PAHs, VOCs, the greenhouse gases of nitrogen oxide, particulate PM2.5, black carbon, which is emitted when there's cold starts. Carbon black has the greatest greenhouse potential of all of the greenhouse gases. You know, it's called the cloud, and it seems like an appropriate title for the emissions, doesn't it? We had to fight to get controls on these data centers. There were no air pollution controls when they first came in, and there was no limit on the number of hours that these data centers could operate when they first came in.
This is the Superfund site. It's polluted with PCBs, with DDTs, with PAHs, dioxins, and several other really dangerous chemicals.
A lot of the historic contamination of the river came from agricultural upstream, and clear on through Corvallis and the Willamette Valley would flow to this river. The problem is that you end up with a nitrogen level raising up so high they got algae blooms, actually ended up killing the fish, ended up contaminating everything else, and then industry came along and added to it, and now we end up with industry and agriculture both contaminating the river at high levels.
Silver Valley Community Resource Center, it's a 35-year-old nonprofit established in the epicenter of the nation's largest Superfund site. This area was truly designated the silver capital of the world because of its rich silver mining industry and smelting, which is where the lead processing came into play, and some of that refinery work over the years, 100 years of deliberate pollution and contamination to the water, the air, the forests, the rivers, people's lives.
And I don't have anything against mining. My dad was a miner. I don't have anything against anybody trying to earn a living. That would be ridiculous. But it's the way they have ruined the land, obviously the air, the pollution. And now we have to address that plus the health issues that came along with them.
We know EPA has failed with a cleanup here, building toxic waste dumps all over in this lower disadvantaged part of the Superfund site. In the case of the old mission, 160 metric tons of lead washed downstream, contaminating Coeur d'Alene Lake, Coeur d'Alene River, Spokane River, on into the Pacific Ocean. At the eastern end of the Port Angeles Harbor on the Strait of Juan de Fuca in Washington State, the Rayonier pulp mill still sits there. And it closed in 1997. The company planned to leave town without cleaning up its hazardous wastes. And EPA found that the levels of contaminants ranked the whole area for Superfund. The cleanup oversight responsibility was passed off to the Washington State Department of Ecology. But in 25 years, few contaminants have been removed, and Ecology is recommending the polluter cover up rather than clean up the contamination.
Grassroots activists are really the eyes, ears, and enforcers of environmental law, right? We see it first. We'll educate ourselves and help others. If you don't know what the law says, you don't know when it's being violated.
How can we as a community, or as our communities, join together and in Region 10 and affect all changes for all of us?
The more voices that talk in unison, the more likely that there will be someone that listens.
This is a systemic problem and it affects all of us and we all have something to say about it.
Without that groundswell, grassroots groundswell, things are too slow to progress, right? Too many lives are on the line, too much degradation to the environment.
And collectively, when we all work together and say, no, this is not okay, you know, like Harry and Movie Network, you know, that is hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore. And then you have to get mad and you have to have a group and collective. And that's where Newt's really is, you know, that collective energy, you know, to help solve problems.
And what time do we return?
12:45.
Well, thank you.
And I smile every time I hear you quote that movie, Doris.
And this is Charlie. I'm going to test my screen here while we're on break and be ready to go in a few minutes.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
whoever-
Try it now, Charlie. I just made you co-host.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can find it. Patty, should I have opened it first or put it up on my?
Yeah, open your PowerPoint so that you can see it. Make it the only thing that's there. That's the easiest way to do it.
All right. Figure this out.
Charlie, your hair color and mine are starting to match.
Well, you know, a friend of mine hadn't seen me in about 15 years, saw me a year or two ago, and she said, first thing was, what happened to your red hair? And I said, what do you mean? It's not there? I thought I still had it. Nice to see you again, Patty. It's been
Thank you. It's been a while.
Yep. All right, let's see.
So if you find the share screen green button at the bottom.
Yeah, I gotta find my presentation first. There we go. All right. Now. So I have the PowerPoint up. What do I need to do? Reduce its size?
No, just go ahead now and go to the share screen at the bottom. And it's going to bring up another screen where you'll be able to see your PowerPoint, and then just touch on your PowerPoint. And then we should all be able to see it.
All right, let's see here. Okay, so I had it open on my screen, the PowerPoint. And now it's showing just the file that I got it from, not the PowerPoint itself.
Well, I can do it. I can do it for you if you want me to. You just
Well,
have to tell me when to switch.
Yeah, let me try again because I want to hop around a little bit.
Okay.
Let me see if I can figure this out. That's not it. Okay.
You've got something going. Okay, now we see your
Yep,
files.
let's see. There we go. Okay, how's that? Is that showing up?
You haven't opened it yet.
Oh, I have on my screen.
Well, no, we can see, we see a public forum 2019 and then a list of your
Right, but I have it open. Oh, here we are. Your screen sharing. So yeah, it's up on my screen, but not on yours, apparently. Let's see. Let's try a new share. There we go. Let's see if this works. Is it working?
There you go. Yep, it's there.
All right, cool.
Right, and then all you need to do is go to the presentation mode. Oh, let's see, where is it on yours? Let's see, I saw it on yours. I have to go look.
Yeah.
To put it in presentation mode, there should be a place where it says comments, and then to the right of it, it says present. On the upper right-hand part of your screen, at least that's how it is in the one I have of your presentation. Yeah, there you go. Let's see here, I'm gonna put this in full view so I can see yours.
Where it says share?
No.
Comments? Comments?
No. So they've changed these. Slideshow, go to slideshow up in the top. Go to the left now. Go to the left, keep going. And it says slideshow at the top. Hit slideshow right there. That should do it. And then go to the far left, and it says play from the start.
Okay.
That should do it. Oh,
Yeah.
perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, if I want to get out of here, and I want to start with this right away, I wanted to start with me. How do I get out of this temporarily?
Well, then you go back to, you go to the top and you take down the screen share, and then you can talk to everybody and then go back to putting it up.
So if I just do this.
Yeah, and then where it says screen share at the top, you can close your screen share. It should be a red button, I think.
Stop share.
Yep, stop share.
All right, stop share.
And then when you want to go back, you'll just go into the screen share again.
All right, we'll do our best.
Okay, sounds good.
Yep, that should do it. Yep.
Okay.
New share. Play from start.
Okay, I'm gonna go run and grab something to eat real quick.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Yep. Okay.
Hey, Charlie, hi. Darlene. Have you worked on Migratory Bird Treaty Acts? You're on mute, I can't hear you. Maybe I can unmute you somewhere. You see the little microphone at the bottom on the left? You should be able to unmute yourself. Pardon me. Well, let's see what I can do. Get on to.
There we go. I'm unmuted. I just
Okay.
had another screen up and I get confused when there are too many screens up. Hi, Darlene. Sorry I didn't get back to you. I've only tangentially worked on Migratory Bird Treaty Act stuff, done a little bit of ESA work. So I don't have an in-depth and off the top of my head ability to give you answers. It would take some research to answer any of those questions.
You know any experts on those? Especially the Migratory Bird Treaty Act?
Well, probably somebody at the Center for Biological Diversity. That would be my best guess, and you could go to their website and see who specializes in that. They have lots and lots of lawyers and good people there, scientists on staff.
Getting them to respond is another issue.
Yeah. Well, if you find the right person, you should be able to track them down. Each person has a little bit of a bio with them, and they usually have an email and a phone number. So, if somebody says they specialize in that, that would probably be your best bet.
We are recording, and I noticed you came in a little late for David Carpenter's talk, so we'll be sending out the link, and
Okay.
you can listen to his really superb on PCBs.
Yeah, I listened to a bunch of it.
Good.
And as you'll hear, I was very involved with the PCB issue when that was the first case of my career
Oh, really?
at Akwesasne.
Oh, that's right. You asked that question. That's
Yeah.
right. When did you finish law school? What year was that?
87.
Seems like
19.
ages ago, huh?
Yeah, well, sort of. And other times it seems like yesterday. A lot of PCBs under the bridge since then.
Hmm. I finished my doctorate well before that, and it really is so distant and seems like a different lifetime. And it was.
Darlene, I just caught the very tail end of what you were talking about the Migratory Bird Act, or actually just making a reference to it. So I have a question, because I don't know what question yours was related to the Migratory Bird Act, but I'm really concerned. I know Audubon has been starting a campaign. In fact, last year, I think it was the first year, of certain times that light should be turned out for the migratory birds, because it totally disorients them when they can't see the night sky. And so my neighborhood, I live in an industrial area, and the lights are becoming outrageous. I mean, and they're those bright white lights, so they affect humans, they affect the Forest Hills Park right behind. Actually, the light's so bright it reflects on the trees. And of course, the migratory birds and so I'm wondering, was the Migratory Bird Act at all be any way to get at the light pollution?
I've never seen that, but there's a group, a nationwide group, that started this Lights Out
Dark Sky Initiative
project for all over the country, and we've had them come here to Washington and speak a few times.
Is that the Dark Sky Initiative?
I forget the name of the group. I haven't, but probably,
Okay.
But it's a nationwide thing, and someone said, if we don't dim our lights, pardon me, we're not going to have birds.
Yeah, and plus and as the Audubon site, if you go on there, it's a matter of excessive lighting, not properly shielding the lights, and then using the white LED lights. So,
And it's also that the lights shine downward, not upward, so you can.
Right, that's shielding the lights, yeah. So they
Mhm.
shine downward, yeah. Which they do none of. They've had so many lights here.
Well, a lot of communities have gone to particular kinds of street lights where the lights actually do shine downwards.
Yes, our street lights do that. Yeah, Portland has gone to the yellow lights, and they are all shielded. However, the industry doesn't do that. I mean, the tank farms in front of me have lights on top of their tank farms, which, okay, that can't even be providing security. Because, I mean, who are you providing security from? The airplanes? I don't know. and they just have excessive amount of lights on, constantly, and they're really, really bright. I mean, some of them actually, the Toyota lot across from me actually they have these lights that they turn on to light when the railroad cars are there, so they can load the railroad cars. And if they don't have the railroad car in front of it blocking it, it is so intense, it literally wakes me up.
Okay, ladies, I'm looking for a segue here to introduce Charlie. And I'll say one thing about lights. You have seen no lights until you have been around 400 diesel engines, and 8 data centers. Anyway, with that said, Darlene, you are doing the introductions.
Great. Well, I just want to say something personal. I first met Charlie, I think, in the 1990s, and I drove to Portland, Oregon to hear a talk by you. I think it was probably on CAFOs.
Could be.
And I kept hearing about these cases over the decades. And then attended one of your talks at the University of Oregon Public Interest Environmental Law Center conferences. On that note, if I'm right, Charlie, that it was you and a professor that actually started the PIELC conferences?
No, I can't take credit for that. It was Mike Axline and John Bonine who were two professors there. I first attended maybe the 8th or 9th one in 1989.
Okay. Thanks for the correction. Charlie works on a vast array of cases. That includes the Clean Water Act, the right to know, gathering, getting FOIAs respected, pesticides, forestry, brought case against Chevron, I believe, and BNSF Railroad. So you are an attorney across the board, pretty much, not just on CAFOs.
Right.
In his own words, he says, we advocate to give voice to the people whose voices are ignored or not heard, and to the natural systems that have no voice. Charlie's going to talk about his CAFO litigation in Washington and other states. And I have put your contact information in the chat.
Great.
So go for it. Thanks so much for doing this, Charlie.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Darlene. And I know many of you from many years of activism, and I appreciate everything you do. Without you folks in the grassroots level, I wouldn't have a job. It's you who bring cases to me, bring ideas to me. Patty, Patty, when was that? Early 2000s, brought an issue to me, and I'm sad to say we didn't win that. It's one of the very few cases in my career I haven't won, but for some reason I ended up not being lead counsel on that, so I'm not counting that one. But I've been suing polluters all over the United States, 30 states at least, in my career, and I've probably consulted on cases in 45 of 50 states. From Rhode Island to Hawaii, I've worked. My first case out of law school was the one that David Carpenter was talking about. I worked on behalf of Atlantic States Legal Foundation against Reynolds Metals Company on the St. Lawrence River. And that was at Akwesasne. And I worked with the Mohawk tribe at Akwesasne on trying to get rid of PCBs from Reynolds Metals, Alcoa, Aluminum, and General Motors. And the guy who brought those cases to me was Ward Stone. Ward was a hero. He just died in February. He was an amazing guy. He was a wildlife pathologist. And he was the one that determined that PCBs were a major problem. He found dead owls that the Mohawks had brought to him, and he tested them for PCB, for contamination. I'm going to admit Elaine here, since I can, as a co-host. And it was fascinating work. I met Ward in 1983, I believe it was, or 82, before I went to law school. And he helped inspire me. He was an amazing man. And in 1988, when I don't think had been officially admitted to the bar, or maybe I'd been admitted to the bar by a matter of weeks or months, he called me up and he said, "Charlie, you're my lawyer. There's PCBs going into the St. Lawrence River. What are you going to do about it?" I was like, "Well, Lord, first of all, I didn't know I was your lawyer, but thank you. And I'm honored. And number two, give me the information. Let's figure it out." And we brought a case, a Clean Water Act case against Reynolds Metals. They had an NPDES permit, but it didn't divulge PCBs. And so we brought an unpermitted discharge case against Reynolds, and we won that. And the ironic part was Ward worked for the Department of Environmental Conservation, the New York State equivalent of the Department of Ecology or whatever other state agency out there. And he tried to get the state to do something for years to go after the pollution. He couldn't get his own agency to go after it. So he called me, and we got it to happen. And the ironic part was the New York State Attorney General's office intervened in the case on our behalf and worked with us to get to that decision. And they did so without the cooperation of the DEC, their client. And that just goes to show that a progressive attorney general can do a lot more than just the bidding of its agency. It can step well beyond that because that's its role. And I think that there are many states that could live and learn by that model. So with that said, let's jump into CAFOs. Let's talk shit. I've joked with some of you over the years, and Gene, being one of my clients, knows this story. I'm one of the shittiest lawyers in the country, but we do know our shit. And with that, I'll try not to use that term too much more, but it's unavoidable when you work with the material that we work with.
Maybe you'd help us on wastewater treatment plants.
Pardon me?
Maybe you would help us on wastewater treatment plants.
Well, there's all kinds of stuff we can do, Darlene. And I also want to say to anyone here, please feel free to interrupt me. This isn't a presentation. This is a discussion. And the more you interact with me, the more I can learn. And hopefully the more you can learn. And hopefully I can impart some knowledge that I have to you. So I'm going to pull up my screen here, see if I can do this right. Is my screen showing up?
No.
All right, then I'm going to try to get this right this time, because I'm not good at this. Let's see here. There we go. Screen share. There we go. Now we're talking. How about now?
Yes. Well.
Yeah, but it's not sharing what I want it to share, is it?
No.
All right, let me try. All right, let me try this again. I know I can do it. Just bear with me.
Sure.
I did it once. I should be able to do it
We
again.
all struggle with this.
All right, how about that?
I see all your.
Did you see nitrate and okay? I know I did. Patty, how did I do this before? All right, you showed me. Let me see if I can be smart enough to figure this out. Just a second. I'm not as dumb as I look.
There.
Shoot.
Can you get it up on your screen and then?
Yeah, is it still open, Charlie?
Okay.
Once you hit share screen, all you have to do is tap the PowerPoint.
Yeah, right. But
Yes, to get up the right presentation.
yeah, I did that once before. So I had it all set up and then
That's the problem.
went away.
Taking
So
it
anyhow,
down.
let me just start talking while I'm trying to work this through. I first heard about CAFO contamination. I came to work for the Western Environmental Law Center in 1994, having moved from back east where we did the Love Canal case and Times Beach, Missouri, and the law firm that I worked for in Buffalo. And we did lots and lots of citizen suits all over the place. And my job was to clean up the Columbia River. small task, but that's what I was hired to do. And so I started figuring out who the biggest polluters were in the Columbia River Basin. I sued Columbia Aluminum. I sued, God, I can't even remember at this point. Lots and lots of industrial polluters in the Columbia River. But then in 1996, I went to a meeting in Seattle where Tom Fitzsimmons, the then head of the Department of Ecology, was presenting on pollution in the Columbia River. And he said, concentrated animal feeding operations are the largest polluter in the Columbia River Basin. And I said, I'm going to figure this out. And so I started looking, and we did FOIA requests and such to the dairies. And and then we did a flyover as well. We took a Light Hawk plane and flew over the Bosma dairies and such. Okay, screen share is loading, it says. Anything showing up yet?
Just the top of the presentation.
But try hitting the slideshow.
Yes.
Try hitting the slideshow, Charlie, and see if that opens the whole screen for you.
Right.
There you go.
That's what we did before. Yeah. Okay. Slideshow.
And then play from the start over in the far left corner.
Gotcha. That's what we did the last time. Okay. There we go. Got it. Does it say nitrate and human health? Do you have a big?
Yes.
Okay. We'll talk about that in a little while. In the meantime,
Guys, I'm not seeing anything on my screen, just black.
How about-
So,
I see it.
huh,
I see it as well.
okay. That's
I'm
weird.
gonna flip through a bunch of these and forgive the
Me too.
Okay,
motion. Okay.
cool.
All right. So in 1990, can anybody see the picture on the screen now?
Yes.
You're good to go.
Yeah.
Okay. So we did a flyover in May of 1997. We then through the Columbia Basin Institute, a gentleman by Bill Bean, who's no longer with us, connected me with Helen Redout in Outlook, Washington. And I went over and met with a group that was, relatively new, been around a couple of years trying to fight CAFOs. They had hired a lawyer who knew nothing and just charged them money to do nothing. And then they brought me in, and the rest, as they say, is sort of history. I've been representing Helen and CARE ever since. And more recently, Gene and Friends of Toppenish Creek. And along the way, the Center for Food Safety has also been a co-plaintiff in the many, many cases we have brought in the Lower Yakima Valley. And can you see my arrow here on the screen?
Yes.
Does that show up?
Yep.
Okay, that's the essentially the Lower Yakima Valley there, that big red blob there. And I want to do a contrast. Pretend we're at the optometrists, and I want to show you this screen, and then I want to show you this screen. Okay, let's go back. Which one's clearer? This one or this one? One more time. A or B?
You mean less fuzzy?
No, I'm just, this is just an entry. So
They're
this,
both clear to me.
yeah, exactly. But what's going to become clear even more is how these two pictures meet up. Okay, this is a picture of Washington dairies and where they're located. Okay, all those red dots are dairies. Lower Yakima Valley right here. Now, look at this next picture. That is where the nitrate contamination is the worst.
Mm,
Do you see the correlation?
mhm.
Lower
Yeah.
Yakima Valley, right? Whatcom County.
Mhm.
Actually, Whatcom County's up here, sorry. The big red dot in the north.
Don't
That's
forget Grant County.
Grant County, sure. And other places, but the two biggest blobs are the Lower Yakima Valley, Whatcom County. And those are the places where dairies, concentrated dairies, are the most concentrated. It's no surprise what's going on here. So again, we sued a bunch of the dairies, and some of you know this story, so I'm going to kind of move through it quickly. We sued a bunch of the dairies, 8 or 10 of them in Lower Yakima Valley, starting in about 1998. And we did the first BOSMA trial in 1999 and won that case. It went up to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, and the decision was affirmed in 2001 or 2002. I'm not sure which at this point. And those were Clean Water Act cases. So the discharge of pollutants to surface waters. And our clients were out there complaining to Department of Ecology about discharges. They were out taking pictures of things, weren't terribly sophisticated in being able to take samples. Sometimes you weren't able to sample, you weren't able to get on the properties. But the Department of Ecology did a lousy job of following up on the complaints. And so we pieced together some really good cases based on that. This screen here shows you those red dots are contaminated water at greater than 10 parts per million nitrate. We'll get back to that in a minute. I wanted to start off by getting ahead of myself here. I'm giving you a preview of all the beautiful pictures. But let's go with this one. This is the conceptual model of pollution from the dairies. And so when we did our early cases bald eagles flying right outside my window right now, very beautiful. We did the cases in the late 90s, early 2000s. Those were all Clean Water Act cases. So it was, if you will, the low-hanging fruit. Back in those days, the dairies were discharging directly to surface waters, either to irrigation canals or irrigation return flow streams or swales and ephemeral streams, and all ending up in the Granger Drain and then the Yakima River. And so we went after those, and we got most of those direct discharges stopped. And in 1995, I believe it was, or four, yeah, I think it was 5, Department of Ecology did water quality testing as they were required to do. And it showed that water quality for fecal coliform was off the charts. It was somewhere in the area of 2,000 colonies per 100 milliliters, which is approximately 10 to 20 times, depending on how you're looking at it, the acute or chronic water quality levels for fecal coliform. That was in 1994, 1995. In 2001, when they did their next set of samples, that number had been reduced by 90%. It was down around 200. So just those actions that we brought in those days brought about a 90% improvement in water quality for coliform bacteria. So that was a big deal. We also tried to go after some of the lagoons and show that they were leaking to surface waters, but turns out they probably weren't. So we, as part of the settlements of those cases, we were able to obtain consent decrees that allowed us to test I should say us, Heritage College did one of the studies, and then another nonprofit that was set up specifically for this purpose, called the Valley Institute for Research and Education. Was set up to test the homes of low-income people in the Yakima Valley to determine if they had nitrate contamination. And lo and behold, 20% of the homes tested had nitrate contamination above the 10 part per million Safe Drinking Water Act standard. And that is a health-based standard that was set up way back in, I think the 70s or 80s, to try to address nitrate contamination from all kinds of sources. Nitrates come from septic tanks and fertilizer and sewage treatment plants and biosolids and mostly those kinds of other agricultural influences, agricultural fertilizers. And so that was about 2003 that those studies were completed. And nothing really happened, fell on deaf ears, so we thought. And then in about 2008, the Yakima Herald did a 3-part study called Hidden Wells, Dirty Water, I believe it was called. An excellent series that they did back when journalists actually did investigative journalism, and did a very nice 3-part series that ran in the Yakima Herald over a period of weeks, showing the problems with groundwater contamination, including the Outlook School, the Outlook Elementary School that had been contaminated at significant levels, and they had to drill 2 different wells to get down deep enough to find drinking water that was safe for the people in Outlook. So from that study, or rather the series, when the Obama administration came in 2008, they set up 10 environmental justice programs around the country, 1 in each of the EPA regions. And EPA Region 10 chose the Lower Yakima Valley to do a study on nitrate contamination. And guess what they found? 20% of the wells, people who live around there, were contaminated with nitrates above safe drinking water standards. That study came out in late 2013. They tested some 330 wells and took 3,300 samples, mostly around an area we'll refer to as the cluster. And those are the Bosma, if I could just, the Bosma, Cow Palace, and excuse me for not being very proficient at this. Yeah, here we go. Maybe one more. No. Yeah, okay. So this screen here shows the 3 different dairies. Yellow is Bosma and Bosma property. The lilac color purple is Cow Palace, and the pink is George DeRuiter and Sons Dairy, not to be confused with DeRuiter Brothers Dairy and S&S DeRuiter and this DeRuiter and that DeRuiter and Viewpoint, which is Bill DeRuiter. But these dairies that are all essentially adjacent to one another. As you can see, the land is adjacent to one another. And then, so EPA, based on this study, entered into an agreement in 2013, or yeah, it was early 2013, with the dairies, requiring placement of 18 monitoring wells around the area, upstream and downstream, to determine the impacts from the dairies. And we said that's not enough. And so as soon as that EPA study came out, we were ready, because it was our work that caused that action to happen in the first place. And of course, EPA didn't do their job. Ecology was nowhere to be found. And so we stepped in and brought RCRA, imminent substantial endangerment cases. RCRA is the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, and it governs the disposal of hazardous and solid waste. And we claimed that the manure was solid waste and that it was infiltrating into the groundwater and causing nitrate contamination. And so we sent notices of intent to sue. EPA, I don't know whether they told the dairy industry that, don't worry about these guys, we got you covered or not. Hard to tell exactly. But EPA wouldn't give us the documents right away under FOIA. They held them back while they were negotiating with the other side, and we had to sue them under FOIA. We lost the FOIA case, but we eventually won the war. But that's the politics behind the scene. So we then filed complaints against Cow Palace, first Bosma and DeRuiter, and then also there was another one called Sid Koopmans that was off the map over here a little bit to the right. Is that right? No, I'm confused. Sorry, I'm confusing my earlier cases with the later cases. It wasn't Koopmans. It was, oh boy. Yeah, a smaller dairy over there. It'll come back to me at some point. Too much shit, too little time. So we brought cases against these guys. The other case settled very quickly. These cases were fought tooth and nail. It's a whole interesting story. We could spend hours discussing how all these cases came to be. You know, I'd been litigating around these dairies for 15, 16 years by the time we brought this case, and they bring in the biggest law firms in the state of Washington, sometimes out of state, to try to get us, and they'd all lose. So they kept trying to find new law firms, figuring, well, those law firms will take care of the problem. Tibbet can't know what he's doing. And so let's bring in an Idaho law firm, Gibbons Pursley. Well, it didn't, you'll find out, that didn't work out well for the dairy industry either. But it was the Idaho Dairy Association that brought in the Idaho dairy, saying, oh, these guys will solve your problems. And they didn't. What you're seeing here on the screen are these black lines are the contours of the water, groundwater, and you can develop these maps from all these wells that are here. And so it showed the groundwater gradient. And if you can see my arrow, the groundwater moves from the northeast to the southwest, and then eventually to the Sunnyside Canal, and the Yakima River's down here off screen. But this comes off the bench up here up top. So there was really nothing up top that could be influencing these problems. And that's why it made this area, the cluster area, ideal for first scientific work on connecting the dairies to nitrate pollution. So back to the conceptual model. So after 2+ years of intensive litigation, where our firm and the other firms involved put in over 10,000 attorney hours to prosecute the case in 2+ years, about 70% of the time was put in by my firm, my 3 lawyers, including me. We entered into a settlement. Well, we got summary judgment from the court, and let's see here. Yeah. The most important line out of all of this is that the federal courts found that big dairies are contaminating groundwater and causing an imminent and substantial endangerment to health and the environment. And that is a key term in RCRA, and that's what we claimed, was that RCRA was violated by the discharge of manure, that they were actually discarding the manure. And the reason we were able to get that, RCRA allows you to recycle. So their argument was, we're recycling and reusing, and we're in compliance with RCRA. And we said, okay, show us your dairy nutrient management plans. And we looked at their dairy nutrient management plans, which were shoddy and had holes in them. But guess what? They didn't even follow their own dairy nutrient management plans. What a surprise. And so we were able to show that they applied more manure to the fields than the crops could absorb. And as a result, the manure leached to groundwater and got into people's drinking water at levels that were unsafe for human consumption. So that was part of it. And also that the lagoons leaked. And because the lagoons leak, they are not able to be uptaken by a crop. So it's a discard or disposal of that manure. And one of the key findings in the case was that whether or not the lagoons were built to NRCS, Natural Resource Conservation Service standards, the lagoons were leaking at about 5,000 gallons per day for a 1 acre lagoon with 10 feet of manure in it, liquid manure in it. So this was sort of the average. And so if you determined, you played that out over the span of a year, we showed that at a minimum, hundreds of thousands of gallons of liquid manure were being discharged to the water by each lagoon of that size. And then you multiply it times the size of the lagoons, everything else, it was millions of gallons, millions and millions, perhaps even tens of millions of gallons leaked per year into the aquifer. Anybody have any questions so far? I hope I'm not putting you to sleep after lunch here. Okay, hearing no feedback, I'll just keep going. Three of the
Well, I did have a question.
Okay, please.
Sorry, Barbara, I'm not sure if you're able to.
Go ahead. I had to go out and come back in, and I'm not seeing anything in the chat yet.
Okay, well, I put a question in the chat. I'm just curious, are any of these CAFOs owned by foreign companies?
Only one that we've come across so far. They were mostly, if you will, family owned, although family owned is, a little bit of a misnomer. Bosma was owned by Hank Bosma. Cow Palace was owned by Bill Dolson. Bill Dolson also owned a Coca-Cola bottling plant in the Tri-Cities. Most of them were dairymen and dairy families. One of them that is now under consent decree with us, Sunnyside, is owned by a Canadian corporation and run by a gentleman, a manager in Lower Yakima Valley, but it's a Canadian corporation. And then one other case, a new person moved to the Lower Yakima Valley, and he is an owner of about 10 to 15% of the egg production in the United States. His name is Jack DeCoster, and he spent 3 or 4 months in jail a few years ago for distributing 500 million salmonella contaminated eggs in commerce. And that wasn't the first time that his companies had put salmonella contaminated eggs in commerce. There's also a Frontline story from April 24th, I think it is, 24th or 25th, 2018, called Human Trafficking in America. It talks about the chicken industry and the egg industry bringing 14-year-old Guatemalan boys to the United States to work in the egg factories because they can't get anybody to work in them. And so there have been people convicted and put in jail for human trafficking along those these three cases that show up, on the screen are some of the big ones that talked about groundwater contamination. Care versus Nelson Faria Dairy, which is up near Royal City, up closer to Patty's area, but not quite. That was a violation of a consent decree that kind of went awry. That was a consent decree from the mid 2000s. And then Care versus Cow Palace is the leading case. That was the summary judgment decision from January of 2015, but allowed us to settle the case just before trial. And then we settled all three cases that ended up in comprehensive consent decrees with the dairies that required them to synthetically line all their lagoons, to only be allowed to apply manure at agronomic rates. And agronomic rates means a rate at which the crops can efficiently use the manure nutrients, the nitrogen and phosphorus in those in the manure. And so for the first time, they then had to actually follow the equations that talk about how much soil can handle before it leaches to groundwater. And then from that, they had to change compost operations as well. Some of these facilities, as you'll see here in some of these pictures, have massive compost areas. This is the compost area at Cow Palace. It's 40 acres of compost, and you can see how tall it is. That machine in the middle is what's called a geoprobe, and it allowed us to do push sampling and stratified sampling. So you could put a core, a 5-foot plastic core in there and pull out the soil just as it is throughout the length of the soil column. So we could test each foot of the soil to see what the contaminant levels were for nitrate and ammonia. And ammonia is part of the nitrogen cycle. And we found ammonia down as far as 20 feet below ground surface. And the ammonia will convert to nitrate, which will eventually get to groundwater. And we also found high nitrates. So that helped show that the compost areas were a major source of contamination to the groundwater, as well as leaky lagoons. Here's some more of the compost pictures at Cow Palace. Just massive, massive amounts of manure. And then the cow pens were another source. I'm going to go back one time to the conceptual review. So all of these areas are potential sources of contamination of the groundwater. And this conceptual review is in the annual report that the dairies have to submit to EPA now as part of their settlement with EPA from 2013. And so this is their conceptual model that's in the EPA dairy report, not ours. And this shows how different things, animal pens on the left, the lagoons, then the compost areas. It doesn't talk about feed storage. That's another potential source, the silage areas. And then the crop fields all contribute to contamination of the aquifer. And we have some pictures of each of those situations. Compost area, animal pens. This is the heifer pen along Outlook, between Outlook Road and Yakima Valley Highway. This is one of the DBD facilities that's now in litigation. And you can see these big swamps that are developed and the animals are just sitting in there. So that stuff is percolating to groundwater. And the groundwater is only 5 to 10 feet below ground surface there. And then, of course, the lagoons. You have the old lagoons. Those are leaky lagoons. You know, something like that is maybe 2 acres in size. And so it's probably, you know, at this point was discharging a minimum of about 10,000 gallons a day into the groundwater. Here's another beautiful old lagoon. So as a result of that, and here is the monster lagoon at Cow Palace before, well, we were testing. You see those long, the guy with the pole there, and the long pole is actually dipping a water bottle into that lovely stuff to test. And we did what's called a Rule 34 inspection, where we went in to that facility, actually Cow Palace, Bosma, and DeRuyter for a whole week. And we had that geoprobe that you saw earlier, and I think 6 or 8 fieldmen drilling holes, taking samples, soil samples, water samples, and bringing that information to light that showed what a huge problem it was. This is a dairy lagoon that's being excavated, getting ready to line with a synthetic liner as a result of our work. And down at the bottom, that contaminated soil would have large amounts of nitrogen in it at the bottom, and it showed how they had to go down sometimes 5, 6, 8 feet below the bottoms of the existing lagoons to get at the high levels of nitrates that were in those soils. And just so you know, too, this is a really important scientific part. There are big gravel soils underneath those lagoons at different parts. And so the nitrate doesn't stick around in those gravelly soils. There has to be moisture in the soil in order for the nitrate to be present. Nitrate moves with the speed of water through the soil column and into groundwater. And so you could go through many feet of the soil column, what's called the vadose zone, the area below the crop area, between the crop area and the groundwater table. That's called the vadose zone. And you could have feet, tens of feet that aren't contaminated, but that's because those soil types are more gravelly and don't hold water. And so you won't find the nitrate. The nitrate's already gone to the groundwater. It moves quickly through those gravel soils. It stays in the more clayish soils that hold more moisture. And this is the result. I just want to show you back. Again, this is the optometrist view. That's the old lagoon, a part of it. This is the new lagoon. This is my associate, Dan Snyder. He was my associate, he now works for Public Justice, but worked on these cases with me for 13 years. He did sort of a general Google survey of surface water bodies in that area and found that this was something like the 3rd largest surface water body in that part of Washington. It's about a 25 million gallon lagoon. That's, I think, 10 Olympic-sized swimming pools. That's what it holds. And before that, it was just the shit pit that you saw. And now it's lined. It's been dubbed Lake Charlie by the industry. And it's
Charlie,
located.
there's a question
Yes.
from Jean Mendoza, then I have one. She says many of the dairies that you sued finally obtained NPDES permits as a result of litigation. Can you comment on how well these permitted dairies comply with their permits and the role of citizen oversight in monitoring compliance?
Sure. And, Jean already knows the answer to these questions because we've had lots of discussions about them, but I appreciate the prompt, Jean. Yeah, so a lot of them have now applied for the CAFO NPDES permit. It's funny, when we sued them in 1997, that first CAFO permit, general permit, was just coming out. They had never issued one before. I think it was 1995, maybe, when the first CAFO permit came out. They struggled for, a decade or two to come up with one. And the first one was garbage. And then the second one came out in 2004, and we sued over that in 2006 and challenged that permit and lost the permit challenge in front of the PCHB despite a plethora of information. And then the next permit didn't come out until 2016. So 10 years later, Clean Water Act requires that the permits be updated every 5 years. So, but there alone, ecology was shirking its duties. And then in 2016, the new permit came out, but a lot of these guys still didn't apply for the permits. They didn't want to do all the testing that was required. And there wasn't much testing required. We challenged that permit as well. And in 2018, I think it was, we had a hearing in front of the Pollution Control Hearings Board, and we lost that despite a 3-week trial where we put on extensive evidence. We lost that. And the PCHB didn't pay attention to a single word any of our witnesses said. And so in 2021, I think it was, let's see here. We got a decision from the Washington Court of Appeals saying that the PCHB and ecology were completely wrong. Yeah, so it was 2021, and that's here on the screen, saying that these 5 major areas, ecology failed, and sent it back to ecology to write a new permit, which is now out for review and is still shit. They're still not following the requirements that the Court of Appeals imposed upon them. And so while my firm is not involved in that appeal, the Western Environmental Law Center, for whom I used to work and brought the first appeal, and Dan Snyder, who used to work with me and is now with Public Justice, are leading the charge on that on behalf of numerous groups in Washington, including Friends of Toppenish Creek, who's been a major part of that. So all of that said, a lot, basically with the new permit, every single large CAFO is going to need either the state permit or the federal permit or both. The industry doesn't want the federal permits because then if they get a federal permit, they have to divulge their whole dairy nutrient management plan and all the information that goes along with it, because that's subject to public review under the Federal Clean Water Act. Under state law, the state hides that stuff. So with all that said, that's there's never a simple answer to a question. For those facilities that do have the permit, we have shown time and time again that they don't follow their own permits. And we have to dig in deep to find that sometimes. And we have to sue them to get the information to show that they're not following it, and take depositions of their agronomists or their manure managers. We have a case that's pending right now where we took the depositions, and the managers and their agronomists, their information doesn't correlate very well, let's say. And their agronomist had recommended to them that they not apply manure to lots of their fields, and they did it anyhow because they had to get rid of their manure. And so that case, we have found an incredible amount of information, and it is still scheduled to go to trial in July. But stay tuned for more information on that very soon. I just can't divulge that publicly right now.
And the role, and Jean is asking, in the role of citizen oversight in monitoring compliance.
Yeah, well, that's huge. Without you guys on the ground, we don't have a case. A lawyer's only as good as their facts. And, over the years, CARE and Friends of Toppenish Creek and other groups I've worked with have done that initial work. They've said, okay, here are problem areas. We see these as problem areas, and they keep a vigilant eye on things. And if they see a problem, they'll call ecology and file a complaint. Ecology will come out or Department of Ag and do nothing particularly useful, but they do something. They at least acknowledge that a complaint was filed. They usually don't find the problem that was supposed to be found. But the clients also take pictures of stuff, so you can see on the ground situations. And that is tremendous. That's the kind of facts that I need. Like a picture like this is something, while this one was one I took, these are the kinds of pictures that my clients take and give to me that help set a record for the future. So, client oversight on any situation, no matter what it is. And, Patty talked about the data centers, and Barbara talked about the Superfund site in northern Idaho. Those are all the kinds of things that you as grassroots activists can do to help bolster a case that's brought by a lawyer like me. We need you guys. We need you folks there on the ground, documenting, complaining. And then that, even though the reports from ecology are terrible, they give us something to shoot at when we go take the deposition of that ecology inspector and we say, okay, you did X, but why didn't you do Y? And did you look at Z? And did you look at A, B, C, D, E, F, and G? And they usually go, no. And we show what idiots they are. And so even though those reports may not get us a win in the court by themselves, it shows how negligent the agencies are in doing their job, and then makes us look like the heroes by coming in and showing how bad they are and embarrassing them. So I hope that answers the question.
We do have a couple more questions in the
Great.
chat. Should I go ahead and go to those?
Sure.
Let me finish mine because I didn't put it in the chat. I didn't know you were back. On the linings, Charlie,
Yes.
are those plastic?
Yes, those are HDPE liners, 60
Okay,
mil.
well, toxic in and of themselves, but they
That-
only
yep.
have a shelf life for so many years.
Correct.
Before they start breaking down, and things like, and I know this from the Rainier site, that the PCBs, some of them can, or other chemicals can go right through.
Correct. These are built to handle manure, and so what they also have underneath them is a secondary liner underneath,
Okay.
and a leak detection system.
Okay.
So there is between this liner that you see here and the ground is generally about 2 feet of soil, and then underneath this is either another HDPE liner, or sometimes what's called a geomembrane, and that's or a geosynthetic liner, which is an engineered clay type of liner. And so if there's a leak and the water hits that clay, it expands to stop most of the leakage. But in between, there are other leak detection capabilities that tell us that there's a leak, and then they have to go in and fix that primary liner. And we have had a couple of situations where the primary liner has failed and had to be gone in and fixed. The good news is when those leaks happen, though, the pressure or the head on this liner is significant, but the head or pressure on the secondary liner is not, because this primary liner takes all of that pressure. And so the water is not likely to reach groundwater anytime quickly or at all, potentially, because it's small amounts and it's been detected before a large problem can exist. Okay, next.
Can I ask a question? It kind of relates to what you were just talking about. There's a question in the chat about the old lagoon versus the new one.
Right.
She's asking if the old one is a natural lagoon, which I assume means unlined.
Yeah, they're just holes in the ground Some of them are just holes in the ground. Some of them are engineered holes in the ground. The engineered holes in the ground, they might add a clayish substance to try to retard the discharge, but all it does is slow the discharge. It doesn't stop it. Clay is not a panacea. It's not a HDPE liner. You will still have intrusion through clay. It is permeable. And you'll get erosional features in these lagoons too that create sort of that bathtub effect, right? The porcelain tub works great out here, maybe, right? The clay out here, but right here where it's discharging into the lagoon, you have these huge erosional features, which essentially become the plug in the bathtub. So all the water is going to drain out through that eroded area. So you could test this whole lagoon and over maybe 95% of it not find any leakage underneath it. It's not like saturated all the way down underneath it all around. Water finds the path of least resistance. So just like when you pull the plug on the bathtub, it goes out through the hole. That's what happens in these situations. It finds a preferential pathway and works its way to groundwater. And that's
Okay.
that was a phenomenon that was new to me. I thought the whole thing would just be soggy and leaky, right? But that's not the way it works.
Okay, Patty Martin has a fairly technical question. She's wondering if the Court of Appeals is the first court you go to after the PCHB, or is it the local district court?
Right. That's a good question. And you are supposed to go through the local district court. But there is a mechanism to do a direct appeal. If all agree, you can sidestep the district court. All they do is rubber stamp the PCHB for the most part, unless you find a good court, but they're usually too busy and too lazy to do the right job too. So we all knew that this case was going to end up at the Court of Appeals. So why not just jump to the Court of Appeals? And I will say, whoever was at the Court of Appeals did a phenomenal job in this case. And I think they must have had amazing clerks who worked on this, because they actually read the record that we created that the PCHB ignored. And so I am thrilled with, and I'd love to meet those clerks someday who worked on this case, and I hope I will, because they just did a phenomenal job. They actually read the record and applied that record to our arguments and found that ecology had violated everything.
Yeah, can I follow up on my question? Because on these data centers, my gosh, there was a 5-year period there where, and I'm not an attorney, and we couldn't find an attorney because all of these things had to go into the PCHB, and nobody will take it because there's no reimbursement for attorney's fees, etc.
Right.
And so, I don't know how many appeals we did and how many motions and different things that we wrote. We did end up in the PCHB against Microsoft, and got a couple small wins to where they had to do testing on these engines and they had to do a health analysis and anyway, some considerations. But I was under the impression, again, not being an attorney, that I had to take this into my local jurisdiction, which, and I kid you not, that the judge literally reread the PCHB's opinion. And when I asked for a copy of his notes, because he said it was his notes, and so I couldn't have a copy of it. But it was verbatim from the PCHB's. And I didn't know I could go to the Court of Appeals. I would have taken that step because we had every right to have been there. And
so you do have an absolute right to be heard by the Court of Appeals. And then if you go to the Washington Supreme Court, it's discretionary on the Supreme Court's role about whether they take a case or not.
Right. I just didn't know you could skip from go from the PCHB straight into the Court of Appeals, and you didn't have to go through the Court of Local Jurisdiction.
Yeah, and that is going to somewhat depend on the lawyers on the other side. Like in our case, everybody agreed, we just skipped it. If you don't agree, you could ask the Court of Appeals to hear it directly. But if another side opposes, more times than not, it'll still go through the district court.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Yep. Other questions?
That's all I have in the chat right now.
Okay.
No, excuse me, this is Elaine. I put one in earlier. I don't know if you see it or not. Charlie, wasn't there an effort to amend RCRA so that CAFOs were exempt? And what
Yes.
happened with that?
Yeah, Dan Newhouse, the
Newhouse, I
congressman from Eastern Washington, proposed a bill, supported a bill in Congress during the He Who Shall Not Be Named years to undo our case legislatively, and that failed. He did get one hearing. It was, I was told by people in Congress that it was just to placate him. They weren't serious about it, fortunately. But that's the kind of stuff that can come up. And when you have corrupt administrations like we just had, you know, the previous administration of He Who Shall Not Be Named, that happens. There are lots of different types of attempts like that at us. And, you know, I don't know if you can Google a search of Dan Newhouse and my name and come up where I told him it was shameful that, you know, he would represent the interests of a few corporations against the, you know, tens of thousands of constituents who are contaminated by this industry.
Yeah, I thought he was trying to actually amend it so that CAFOs could be exempt from this.
Correct. Yeah, what he was trying to exempt was manure. He was changing
Manure,
the definition
okay.
of solid waste to say that manure is not solid waste.
Okay. Thanks.
And so
And
that was one of the primary defense claims by the Cow Palace attorneys, was that manure isn't a solid waste. And my response to that in the newspaper was, why don't you ask the cows what they think it is?
Charlie, this is kind of dumb, but what happens to everything in those lagoons? Where does it go eventually? It doesn't just evaporate.
Right. Some of it evaporates, but most of it gets land applied and it gets mixed with irrigation water and theoretically gets applied in a way that is agronomic, but they weren't applying it agronomically. So that liquid waste, and by the way, are the cases in 1997 that we brought, 1998, are the reasons that those lagoons were created. Because before that, they used to just dump their shit straight into the canals and runoff ways. So our cases brought about those lagoons. They weren't done right. We told them back then they weren't done right, and they're going to be a problem in the future. And then we started bringing those actions in 2013 under RCRA. We had to wait for the data to catch up with us, the science to catch up with what we knew was already happening. So if there are no other questions, are there other questions right now? Okay, so this picture is a picture of the CAFOs in the lower Yakima Valley. All those brown spots, those are dairies from a few years ago. It just shows you how extensive they are in the area. And the little blue pieces behind us were pieces of land that we knew from getting the dairy nutrient management plans that were land application areas. Now, we don't have all the we didn't have all the dairy nutrient management plans for all the dairies because they were hidden under state law. So we couldn't have this whole area depicted as, you know, the land application areas. But if we were to, the map would look tremendously different. You'd see that large swaths of that would be blue. And those are all potential and likely sources of nitrate contamination. So here's more of a microcosm of the ones where we did have the dairy nutrient management plans. And so you see all those blue are the application fields. And that just tells you how much of the area these guys are taking up, right? And the light yellow, or I'm sorry, the light blue dots are the monitoring wells that the dairies put in under the EPA agreement. The dark blue ones are the ones they put in addition to those under our consent decree. There were another 12 monitoring wells that were put in. And these are the gradients we looked at earlier of the original 18 monitoring wells. And there's one right here, it's called DCO3, that had over 200 parts per million of nitrates in it. It's the highest reading of nitrates anywhere outside a fertilizer factory in the United States in water. And that's right at the base of Bosma property. You can see here, DCO3 at this particular test was 178 parts per million. And this shows you the parts per million. The parentheses is the parts per million of nitrate underneath each lagoon. And I can share this PowerPoint with anybody who wants it. And this is a very busy screen that has the data from 2013 through 2021 on it. And there's an updated one through 2022. The annual reports have this kind of information. For each well, it shows what the nitrate levels have been each quarter or sometimes semi-annual testing since they were started in 2013. Let's see what else we got here. This is just an aerial of, oh boy, which one? I think that's DBD, but I'm not sure. I've seen so many of these, I get them confused sometimes. So as part of the consent decrees in the cases in 2015 that were settled in 2015, just before trial, and we got these settlements because the other two, Bosma and DeRuyter, agreed that if they went through the summary judgment process that we went through with Cow Palace, that the judge would have come to the same conclusions. Cow Palace was the cleanest, the best of the three. And we put that case first because it was still really bad. And so we knew that if we won that the other two would have to fold, because Bosma was 2 to 3 times worse than Cow Palace, and DeRuyter was, I don't know, 5 to 10 times worse than Cow Palace. And so as a result of these imminent substantial endangerment cases, and the reason I like RCRA so much versus the Clean Water Act is RCRA has a remedial provision that you're supposed to fix the problem. With the Clean Water Act, generally, it's just that you have to comply with the permit, right? Or comply with the act, which means you have to get a permit. And the permits are so crappy that they don't protect human health and the environment. So RCRA is a way to, all right, let me just back up. And also the Clean Water Act only deals with discharges to surface water, right? Whereas RCRA you can use to get at discharges to groundwater, where it's that groundwater either surfaces into a water body later and contaminates that, or presents a threat to human health in some way, shape, or form. And in this particular case, thousands of people depend on groundwater for their source of drinking water. And so one of the remedial measures of our consent decree was to set up the Clean Drinking Water Project, and the dairies pay for this. And since 2016, we have tested, hundreds of homes, 446 residential wells tested, 170 approximately show concentrations above 10 parts per million. And we give them a kitchen reverse osmosis system or bottled water, depending on what works for them and how high the contamination levels are, for free, paid for by the dairies. And for the first, 5 years of the program, it was administered by my office pro bono, with some help from local entities. But that local nonprofit that was doing the case, when we tried to expand the project, their nonprofit, Nuestra Casa, said, no, we can't do it because there are dairy women on our board and they don't want the dairy industry subject to more scrutiny. So we lost their capabilities. We hired some independent contractors, and then COVID hit, and we haven't been as effective, and we're kind of reorganizing the Clean Drinking Water Project. But there's still funds available to not only provide filters, which need to be changed annually for the reverse osmosis systems, but also to keep testing new homes so long as the funds allow, and give those folks kitchen ROs. Now, does that solve the whole problem? No, it sure doesn't. But it makes the drinking water a little bit safer. It doesn't get at bathroom faucets, so it doesn't get at the water that's going in the tubs. And little kids, of course, ingest water when they're playing in the water, when you brush your teeth. So it's not whole home ROs, because those would be about $10,000 each. They're only whole kitchen ROs, which cost about $1,000 each, and then a couple $100 a year for the filters and the changing of those. But we're at least doing our best when the state and federal agencies have completely and utterly failed the people of the state of Washington. And I have gone to the governor's office, I've gone to Inslee, I've gone to Bob Ferguson, the attorney general's office, and said, you guys got to do more about this. And we've met with them face to face, and they're useless. They will not do anything. So when Bob Ferguson runs for attorney general, vote for Hillary Franz. How's that? I confronted Bob Ferguson about 2 years ago at a public meeting and said, what are you doing about CAFOs? And he went, talk to Bill. He didn't even know what a CAFO was.
He's running for governor, Charlie.
Yeah,
He's running for governor, not
right.
attorney
He's the
general.
attorney general now, but he's going to be running for governor.
Yeah, you said he's running for attorney general again. Anyway.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he is the attorney general, but he's going to be running for governor. Inslee just announced in the last couple of days that he's not going to be running again. And so this was the original clean drinking water program with the candy cane lines, and we expanded it greater. And the red dots are homes that the Clean Drinking Water Project has tested, and have tested over 10 parts per million. And we're not just limited to this area, because we have enough funds that we've been able to go elsewhere, go larger. The orange dots are the ones that are 5 to 10 parts per million. And by the way, EPA is thinking about lowering the safety standard for nitrates. The Trump, or the He Who Shall Not Be Named administration, quashed that change and stopped that process. And I don't know if, from what we know, EPA is thinking about it again, but it takes EPA a long time to move from thought to action. So the orange is 5 to 10 parts per million, which means it is contaminated with human nitrates, because nitrates are not found in nature above 2 parts per million at most. Let's see, that one's sort of redundant. So these are some pie charts that EPA did of the Lower Yakima Valley, showing what the likely contributions were. This is from 2013. We now have a trove of data. We have the largest set of data on contamination from dairies in the world, from the Lower Yakima Valley, that we have developed from the consent decrees with all of these dairies. The largest set. And it's continuing to get much larger. And hopefully we are about to move to also the remediation phase. So not only have we identified the problem and we know what it is, but we have a way to speed up the cleanup of the nitrate contaminated soils by oxygenating the soils that have large amounts of ammonia, and then pumping and treating the intersection between the vadose and the groundwater, and collecting that groundwater, pumping it back to the surface, and then land applying it at agronomic rates for irrigation. That was our before and after pictures. And this is from Whatcom County, same kind of issues up there. And that's pretty much all I have. I can talk for hours, days. As you know, from the introduction, there are a couple of books that have been written about parts of these cases. Hopefully there will be more. There's the data that we have would be a great PhD or master's thesis for someone who really wants to dig in and then take the data and apply it to health, public policy, politics, the whole 9 yards. We have such an amazing amount of data, depositions of agency people, of experts, expert reports that you can all find on my website. So if you know anybody who's dealing with CAFOs, send them to the shittiest lawyer in the country.
Thank you.
How's that for an ending?
Yeah, that's quite an ending. Does anybody else, let's see, do we have any other questions here?
Darlene has her hand up.
Okay. We also have a question from Laura Feldman. If we've got a break or a moment here, if Darlene's not ready.
Yeah,
Laura?
I am ready. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I was on mute. What are the protections, if any, for the workers at these sites? Do they have to wear special garb? Any protections?
Oh.
You're on mute, I think, Charlie.
Okay, how's that?
Good.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, they do wear Tyvek suits and hairnets and stuff like that, but it seems like that's mostly to keep stuff out of the milk versus protecting them. They're all sucking in ammonia fumes and other stuff all day long. OSHA does very little to protect them. We tried doing some air cases years ago.
There we go.
The volatile organic compounds and semi-volatile organic compounds coming off these sites. For a number of reasons, it didn't succeed. But air is kind of the next frontier of CAFOs, and there are lots of different petitions and requests in front of EPA right now to address these issues. EPA is still failing to do its job to protect the public.
I guess I'm going to ask my question after all, because that was the question that I had, and I said that I would ask you directly. But whether or not you were going to take air cases on with this, because the ammonia that you talk about, and then the particulate matter that is kicked up by these animals as they walk around and everything. The lower Yakima Valley has some of the worst air quality in the nation.
Yeah.
I helped Jan Whitefoot look at some air quality data, and we could show that they had violated the Clean Air Act for, I can't remember if it was PM10 or PM2.5.
Yeah, probably both.
And then well, probably both, you're right. And then the nitrogens are actually form secondary PM2.5. And so you've got all of this down there that's contributing to that bad air quality. And I just wondered, and you already answered the question, that is something it sounds like you're gonna take on.
Well, it's been a few people have tried taking it on in California unsuccessfully. And one of the big problems is that EPA hasn't set standards for this type of an operation. They haven't defined CAFOs as, and I'm trying to think of the proper term. You probably know it, Patty, because you and I have had discussions about this stuff over the years.
Yeah, there's no performance standard set for them.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so that's a big hindrance, but it's, large stationary sources, basically major emitting sources.
Yeah.
And so that's what we tried to do. I mean, all of these facilities are emitting anything over about probably 5,000 head size, and maybe even 2,500 are emitting more than major sources. But no one has done the documentation to nail them on this. We tried doing it and we had failures. Our experts blew the sampling. And
Because it would seem that if, at a minimum, if they were found to be in non-attainment for any of those criteria pollutants, that you could limit any future growth on those dairies or any additional dairies from coming in. That's at least
no,
one.
that's exactly right. And there are a number of environmental groups at the regional and national level that are trying that approach now, but it's just been stalled in the bureaucratic process for years. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And by the way, I brought other RCRA cases too against coal ash disposal facilities and other toxics areas. It's not just CAFOs, as Darlene said in my introduction in the beginning. You know, I've taken on 100 Fortune 500 companies in all areas of law. And unfortunately, Eastern Washington, you know, your court system is not very good.
It sucks. We just got that judge I was telling you about that literally read the PCHBs. He just was appointed by the Biden administration to some higher court.
Yeah.
Makes me worry.
Yep, absolutely.
So can I ask Laura Feldman's question now?
Sure.
Laura says, ask this, how does nitrate pollution affect not only drinking water quality, but salmon runs?
Okay. You know, I had a slide in the very beginning about human health impacts, which I glossed over. And I apologize if people want to see that. But again, I can provide this PowerPoint that has some of that stuff. And in fact, more, if you want to really get into the nitty gritty of it, there's an expert report from Dr. Robert Lawrence on my website from 2014 or 2015 when we were getting ready to go to trial. It talks about a lot of the human health impacts from this. And then we have an updated expert report from just weeks ago from Keeve Nachman, who's also at Johns Hopkins and is now the Robert Lawrence Professor of, I don't know, some kind of environmental protection or something like that at Johns Hopkins, updating that for human health impacts. And our other two expert reports do talk about impacts to water. So nitrogen and phosphorus are two of the major factors that cause algal blooms in waterways. And so when algal blooms happen and die off, it takes up all the oxygen in the water around near those algal blooms and causes dead zones. And so that happens in the Puget Sound as well, up around Whatcom County, where these happen, and in Tillamook, by the way.
And on the Willamette River too.
Yeah, sure. I mean, anywhere where there is a lot of fertilizer, whether it's artificial fertilizer or manure, you have these problems pretty much everywhere. And so the source of the nitrate and phosphorus is both, the threats are both from surface water runoff, which does happen less than it used to, 20 years ago, 25 years ago when I started these cases. But a lot of it now, it moves through the groundwater. And so the nitrate moves through the groundwater and will eventually hit waterways and reach the ocean. So it does affect salmon in the way that, like for instance, in the Snake River area, the Thousand Springs area, you have nitrates coming out of the walls in the Thousand Springs area from the dairies over in Idaho. So yeah, all of that is cumulative and definitely has significant impacts on water quality for limitations like nitrogen, phosphorus, temperature, suspended solids, all of those kinds of things that are definitely adding to the decline of salmon.
Have you worked with the Yakima Nation at all in your cases?
We've tried a few
Very
times.
cool.
We've tried a few times without success.
Hmm.
I've represented the Lummi Nation in Bellingham on some CAFO issues, as well as the Cook Aquaculture disaster from 2017 when they discharged 300,000 Atlantic salmon into the Pacific.
Because they're very involved up and down the Columbia, and even involved in the Willamette, Portland Harbor Superfund site. They're definitely a presence, and we sort of count on them for a point of view that we don't get elsewhere.
Right. Yeah, no, I think Jean it was Jean that invited me to speak to the tribal council years ago. She invited myself and Andrea Rogers to speak, and we were driving over for the meeting, and they canceled it for some unexpected reason, and haven't met with them since.
Okay, thank you.
Who else?
Well, I have.
Elaine has a question.
Yeah. So this is a story. About 8 years ago, Don Osborne drove from Spokane and I did from Seattle. We went on what they call a poop tour. And I think it may have been with CARE. And we were in a van.
Yep.
Yeah. And we were in a van for the day, driving around, looking at all of the big, huge mounds of manure that were drying. At the end of that day, my nose, throat, and eyes were burning.
Yep.
And this was just one afternoon, and John's sinuses got infected. So I would just say that whatever it was all had to do with the air over there. And so whatever, it's really important. I know that Jean works a lot on that, but that was what happened to us in just an afternoon.
Yeah, I have lots of those stories, some personal, but one of the most telling was a woman who lived right next to Snipes Mountain Dairies, Hawk. So that was the one we shut down earlier, Hawk, one of the Hawks, HAAK. But this was it's now SMD Dairy. There was a woman who lived right next to it, and they were applying huge amounts of their lagoon crap to a field like 2 feet thick. And by the way, the former head of Department of Agriculture's CAFO inspection program said that was perfectly agronomically correct. And I got her to admit later that she lied about that. This woman couldn't breathe because of the ammonia. That ammonia just scorches your lungs. And so imagine living in it day by day by day. But I've had issues. I've come out of there a few times because I go to those sites all the time. I've come out of there with some of the worst colds, viruses I've ever had. And the worst one, this is kind of disgusting, but I like beer. And so at the end of the day, I'll go have a beer after being on a site. And if I belch, it smells like a lagoon when I belch because I got all that stuff in my lungs. And there was not to be outdone by my own story, when we did the site inspection, the utility locator guy came out to find the utilities so we didn't poke holes through them while we were drilling wells and such. And within 5 minutes, he had to go behind the truck and throw up because he was just so overwhelmed with the smells. And we were there for 5 days around him. And I understand it because it does make you gag.
Well, I'll ask my questions I posted in the chat. I was wondering, there's been, I think it was like 23 cases of anencephaly down in the Columbia Basin area, Benton County and all there. And I was wondering if, because looking back at your PowerPoint, which I still have access to, there's reproductive harm from high nitrates. And I just wonder if the CDC has looked at any of this data regarding nitrates. I mean, to the best of my knowledge, it's still something that they have not determined the cause of.
Yeah, Jean would probably have as a public health expert, probably has the best answer to that. But my understanding is that they haven't really done a cause and effect analysis. Jean, can you elucidate?
It's a long answer because when you're doing research, there's so many factors involved. And as Patty has told me before, in order to have a significant data group, you need 100,000 people. So 23 cases really isn't enough to draw conclusions. You can point in a direction, but you can't say conclusively that the nitrates cause the anencephaly. But there is data from California and from Texas that shows a strong correlation between the two.
Yeah, thanks, Jean. That was part of, I understand thank you for quoting me on that significance. Unfortunately, that's why we're ripe for being dumped on, right? Is because we're not statistically significant from that large population standpoint. But whether this information that you've collected already, Charlie, could be shared with the CDC then?
Absolutely.
Maybe along, yeah.
Everything that we collect is publicly available. We give a lot of it, almost all of it, to EPA. So they have it too. And most of the rest of it is on my website or available. Yeah, I mean, and I have reached out to some universities around the country asking to find students who want to do a dissertation on this issue and its implications. And that would help move it up the ladder towards more research like that.
Right. I think that'd be a fascinating study.
We do have another question in the chat as well from Chelsea Batavia. She says, in your opinion, is there an argument to be made that cows cannot be kept at such high concentrations per unit area without endangering human and environmental health? In other words, if dairies were subject to permits with sufficiently stringent standards to actually protect health and the environment, would it be possible for them to continue operating status quo with changes in operating practices like lined lagoons, etc., or would they have to scale back, i.e. fewer cows per unit area, to meet these permit conditions?
Yeah, if the science were done properly, CAFOs wouldn't exist. And I think the one report I would point you towards is Putting Meat on the Table by the Pew Commission. Came out in, I believe, 2008, and there was an update maybe 5 years later. They recommended phasing out concentrated animal feeding operations altogether. And that was an ex-governor of Kansas who led that. It's not like some radical from Eugene or something like that. So the answer is, this is an unsustainable practice. And no matter what Band-Aids they put on it, whether it's a methane digester or a lined lagoon or limiting the amount of manure that they put on the crops, there are fundamental structural problems with the way they operate for worker safety, animal safety and welfare, human health offsite, immigration, if you will, and labor standards are at play. Probably 80% of the workers at CAFOs are illegal. I'm just pointing that out, not to denigrate the workers, but to show that they are a vulnerable working population because they don't all have legal status, so they don't challenge when they're injured or when they're getting sick from working at these facilities, because they'll just be let go and or threats of deportation or other things. So they are at the mercy of this industry.
Darlene has a question.
Charlie, have you worked at all on the Zander case up in Whatcom County? And do you know the final results, if they ever got any retribution out of EPA?
Zander, tell me more about Zander.
Zander. Yeah,
but what is it?
They're a family. I think they were the first case in the state. They had a dairy. I don't know about dairy. They had cows, and their next door neighbor farmers started using right when the state allowed. This was sewage sludge to be spread, And
since the biosolids case?
yeah, and a float over on their land and ruin their farm, their
I'm
health.
only peripherally aware of that. I don't know much about it, so I can't really, I
Okay.
can't say. But biosolids are, another area of problem for sure. No question.
Absolutely.
There's one other question or comment in the chat that I think got bypassed, and it was concerning the nitrates, or excuse me, nitrites, I believe, that could be affecting the river. Doris asks, would that include dead zones at the mouth of the rivers to the ocean, the effects of nitrates and phosphorus? I'm not sure exactly if there's a question there or not.
Well, I think there is, and the answer is yes. The anoxic zones that we have seen in lots of different places. The Mississippi River and the Gulf of Mexico are the best example from the Mississippi River and all the pollution coming down the Mississippi River from agriculture, including manure, have caused dead zones in the Gulf of Mexico. There are smaller parcels and sometimes transitory dead zones in other areas, Puget Sound, Tillamook Bay, probably in the Columbia and Snake Rivers and the Yakima River, if we looked closely enough, that are, they're a symptom of the problem. They do happen.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions.
Yeah, I have one. Charlie, you mentioned digesters. Can you go a little bit more into detail? Because I was just looking at some federal appropriation stuff, and I believe there's federal money going into these digesters, maybe for CAFOs. Do you know more about that?
Well, I know, for instance, George Ruder and Sons has a methane digester at its facility, and I believe it's now piping that to a natural gas pipeline and using it again. He's been using it on site to fuel his vehicles for years. And there are funds available to do that. But to me, again, it's just, it's trying to put a Band-Aid on a arterial wound.
Okay, I was just wondering if, if you wanted to say more that was negative about it. Thank you. That helps me. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely problematic, and it's not a solution to the problem, by any means.
Let's see here. Does anyone else have questions?
I don't have a question, but I did make a comment in the chat that if we were only raising beef for US consumption, we wouldn't need all the CAFOs that we have. Most of the beef that's sold is exported. For example, Japan is a huge consumer of US beef, but they don't raise beef per se. I mean, not in the volume that we create it. And then we have all this waste that's left behind to deal with.
Yeah, no, that's true. And actually about half of the dairy products produced in the country are shipped overseas as well. Through powdered milk and other kinds of stuff like that.
Yeah, I totally went from dairy to beef, but same kind of endpoint.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of same shit, different animal. So just I'll tip you off. There are going to be 2 large stories coming out about CAFOs in the next 1 to 2 weeks that I'm involved with. One is in Idaho and one is in Washington. And they're both one is going to be the start of a new case against one of the largest beef feedlots around. And the other is kind of the next chapter. And I think I alluded to it earlier about cleanup, and how we get towards at least cleaning up the existing problems, not solving the whole problem, but it'll be a next step in the process, and we'll have an incredible amount more data on new aspects of the issue, including the cleanup or remediation of the problem. So stay tuned for those. Hopefully somebody in the media will pick up. Hopefully there are still some people employed in the media that will tell those stories. And those will be next week or the week after.
Okay, cool. This is your last chance,
Charlie,
last chance for questions.
Going once, going
Go ahead,
twice.
Darla. Go ahead, Darlene.
I was just going to thank him
Oh, good.
very much. Please keep us posted on your new cases.
Yeah, well, they'll be posted on my website,
Okay.
and you know, within days of them happening, and my expectation is you'll see them in the media as well.
Great.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Well, Patty, do you want to close this out? You're on mute.
I was trying to get back to the screen. Yeah, actually I would. And I know we still have Mark is still here and Charlie. And, you know, as Doris mentioned in introducing Dr. Carpenter, that we're recognizing you as heroes, even if you don't think of yourself that way, for the good trouble that you're getting into on our behalf. So for everyone that came out and listened to the speakers, and I'm sure have come away with a lot of good information, thank you for attending. And Charlie and Mark, thank you for speaking. We will be sending out a, what do you call it, a reflection. I guess I should have turned my camera on. I don't think you guys all need to see me, but we will be sending out a reflection so that we can get some input from people that attended and our speakers to learn more about areas of interest that you might like to see the Northwest Toxic Communities Coalition pursue in the future for either webinars or future summits. So thank you for coming out. And Charlie and Mark, I think Mark's still out there. Thank you very much for sharing your stories and expertise with us.
Well, you guys are the best. I mean, that's how we're able to do our work, is through you. And thank you for that. And, you know, if I may just say one little thing, David Carpenter earlier talked about how he doesn't take money for his cases, which I really loved. And I think he got that from Ward Stone, who was my good friend who we worked with on the PCB issues. When I used Ward as an expert in a case, he refused to take expert fees. He says, I already work for the state. I already get paid. That's what I'm paid to do. So thank you. And you know, people like Ward and David are heroes too. And
Oh, yeah.
you know, thank you all for, you guys are heroes too. You're my heroes too, because you're the ones on the front line who are suffering the most from this stuff. And I have the greatest respect for all of you.
Well, thank
I
you.
echo that. Thanks.
Thanks.
All right. Well, again, everyone, thank you for coming, and Mark and Charlie for speaking. And my gosh, I'm coming away with so much new information. It's always
That
overwhelming.
means you're going to be calling me again, Patty, very soon.
Actually, I have to tell you, Charlie, you're on my to-call list.
I know. I'm on your speed dial list, and we've talked lots over the years. And thank you. And you know, just because I don't take the case doesn't mean you don't have a good case. It's just sometimes you're either busy or, you know, it's just really hard. You know, those cases are really hard, and you got to pick and choose which ones you take. And I'd always love to see more lawyers involved, and I do my best to try to bring more lawyers in, because I can only do so much.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you all.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a great.
Wonderful.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to go ahead and end this, and I will be in touch, Charlie.
I know that, Patty.
All right, okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye,
Bye.
thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye-bye.